158, Wajakaya George 159. Kajiado West constituency, registered voters 75,173, total valid votes 58,204, rejected ballots 281, Odinga Raila 29,716, Ruto William 28,272, Wahiga David 73, registered voters 169, 656. Total valid votes 90,184. Rejected ballots 698. Odinga Raila 46,286. Ruto William 43,140. Wahiga David 341. Wajakaya George 417. Wanyanges constituency, registered voters 95,326, total valid votes 63,386, rejected ballots 654, Odinga Raila 5,191, Ruto William 57,695, Wahiga David 104, Wajakaya George 396. Mathare constituency, registered voters 123,163, total valid votes 6,356, rejected ballots 587, Odinga Raila 41,187, Ruto William 24,814, Wahiga David 95, Wajakaya George 260. Bahati constituency, registered voters 97,040, total valid votes 64,010, rejected ballot 468, Odinga Raila 2,666, Ruto William 44,797, Wahiga David 256, Wajakaya George 291. Dagoretti North constituency, registered voters 157,659, total valid votes 83,204, rejected ballots 897, Odinga Raila 56,535, Ruto William 25,764, Wahiga David 469, Wajakaya George 436. Likoni constituency, registered voters 4,764, total valid votes, rejected ballot 547, Odinga Raila 24,445, Ruto William 12,908, Wahiga David 47, Wajakaya George 240. Thank you.
from the Bomas of Kenya. We back live in studio. Of course, the announcement there by Commissioner Wanderi of several constituencies will be updating you which constituencies those are and what the tally is. Finally, when we link up with Sarafina Robi, who is holding forte at the Bomas of Kenya. Welcome to Kenya Decides. We will be crunching the figures again, obviously, as we await the final announcement from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Seeing the pace with which they are going, probably we could have, today could be D-Day. If it is not, well, they have up until tomorrow to make a decision. And if they are not able to do that, we also have a lawyer in studio who will tell us whether it is possible to adjust the timelines. But either way, welcome to Kenya Decides. We kick off this morning. In studio, we have Eduardo Githaiga, who is a youth affairs expert. And on the other end, we have Wakili Ishmael Nyaribo, who is also a political analyst. Victor.
All right, so before we continue, I have got through 4 different newspapers here today. For benefit of time, let me just take you through the front page of each paper here. Let me start with the Standard. Calls for peace as Tallying nears end. Raila and Ruto spend out and joined faithful in church, preaching peace and unity after grueling election period. Across town, Manyora threw in the towel even as Kenyans waited keenly on IBC to announce the results. That is what's on the front page of the Standard. Quickly on the Daily Nation, how they stack up. The numbers with 12 independent MPs, 4 polls postponed and 12 yet to be dominated by parties. Azimio leads in the National Assembly by 3 positions, while Kenya Kwanza leads in the Senate by 1. The 2 coalitions are neck and neck in the governor's list at 21 each, with 2 independents and 1 yet to be declared. Something that we'll be discussing later on with our analyst in studio. On the front page of this People Daily, the day of reckoning with the results from over 180 constituencies. That is as of yesterday, but so far it's gone up. We've just watched another update from IBC now. The battle for State House remains too close to call, but Chebukati must call it today. Latest tomorrow, who will it be? That is what's on the front page of the People Daily. And finally, the Star newspaper, Ruto, Raila, peace call as results expected. To contest is too close to call. The swinging pendulum can settle on either of the 2. That is what we have on the front pages of our local days leak. You can just go to any of your local vendor and pick a newspaper of your favorite choice and take a look at what we have there. That's what we have on the front page. All right. So in studio, I have on this end Ishmael Nyaribo, who is an advocate and an analyst. Wakili, good morning to the show.
Good morning. Thank you, Aloha, for welcoming me.
Absolutely. And looking at the front pages of our local dailies here, call for peace as Tallying nears an end, the day of reckoning, how they stack up, results expected. I don't know what is your headline if you had a newspaper to do.
Keep the peace, because as you can see, we have Kenya 50 million people represented in voting by 24 million people, and these 24 million people have cascaded down to about 12-13 million who have voted. The 13 million, half of them are saying we love Raila, half of them are saying we love Ruto. So I think that even the contestants themselves, they have seen that it's really half-half and we need each other, and I think it's important that Kenya keeps peace.
All right, we'll be getting into the details shortly. We have got a long way to go. Jen?
Absolutely. We will be bringing you minute-by-minute developments as and when they unfold, and especially so given that all eyes are at the Bomas of Kenya, awaiting updates by the minute as and when they make them available. But in the meantime, we continue with Kenya Decides right here on KBC Channel 1. You can also follow the conversation on our social media platforms using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022. Our official station handle across all the social media platforms ever remains to be at KBC Channel 1, and you can also interact with us individually at Victor Olo, at J Curia, and at Jane Wambui. And should you be leaving the comfort of your home, you can always stream us live from our YouTube channel as well as our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke. We keep you updated as the program continues. security.
Right. All right, so Wakili, a lot has happened. Day 6 at the Bomas of Kenya, and much is expected to who much is given, that is Chebukati and the entire team. I don't know, what is your general assessment thus far?
I think that the good chairman of the IEBC, Chebukati, has done his homework. At least it appears that he has done his homework. And you know, what appears to have been done really pacifies citizens and makes them believe that what is appearing is probably what is the issue. I think that he has scored on the aspect of being transparent in terms of, you know, the following the 2017 judgment, Maraga judgment, which says that the final results are those contained in the local polling station. And that he has succeeded by saying, I don't have any other results. The way the results were transmitted is the same way I will announce them. He has clearly said he doesn't have. Now, in terms of accountability, whether then when the results were picked from the Kim's kit at the local polling station and put into uploaded into the portal, in terms of that accountability, depending on what we are hearing again from, you know, again, this is social media,
yes.
but even they also acknowledged that there were attempts to infiltrate the system. Once now it becomes, you know, clear on that, then we will also say he's quite accountable. In terms of the counting and the number of days it is taking, I think that Kenya is becoming anxious, yes, but really, as analysts, we should, you know, direct people to the correct position. The Constitution allows IEBC 7 days. So if you are trying to make 7 days to look like there are 3 or 4, I think then that would be misleading citizens. The issue is Chebukati should not exceed the 7 days, you know, stipulated for declaring the results.
Which lapses tomorrow?
Which lapses tomorrow. So he can do it tomorrow, you know. He can do it tomorrow, even
yes.
even at 11 in the night, though he said he doesn't want to announce in the night. So the timelines are correct. The only thing Kenyans need to do is really to go work.
And you know what happens, Wakili? Personally, I have received so many phone calls of people trying. A majority of Kenyans do not understand what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. At the back of their minds, they thought, okay, fine, we voted. It's we voted. We have the results, and a majority of Kenyans expected the result to be announced the following day, not knowing that it is a process. So perhaps make it clear to the Kenyans what is happening currently and why they should be patient.
Yes, but you see, we should be honest and humble enough. I also don't know what Chebukati and team are doing, but they have told us clearly that they are trying to tally. That means, if you in fact, we should thank the Justice Maraga's judgment, because it tended to clarify and remove any ambiguities in terms of voting and in terms of counting, voting, transmitting, and counting the results. So, if you say that a small school where the polling station, you know, number 1 transmitted 800 votes to the IBC portal, then you come to Nairobi, you find the portal is actually containing 900, you see.
Yes.
So that is exactly what they are doing. They are trying to counter check with the polling clerks so that they don't go to court. And then such questions like you saw, as we were being asked in 2017, you have 6 ballot papers, you have voted for 1, where do the rest go? So I think Chebukati has become a little bit careful to ensure that such questions are not asked to his lawyers in court again. So what is going on is tallying. I think Kenyans should understand that all the results, all the votes they cast on that day are in IEBC portal, and that they are also physically at the IEBC Uchaguzi Center at the Bomas of Kenya.
Yes.
But being there, you know, the commissioners are not just going to pick the way the results have come and read. They have to collect. They have to look at, is it correct? They have to confirm from the clerks, is this what you actually took a picture and uploaded? Then that has to be confirmed, and then they have to sign against Form 34B, which then confirms that it is true what is in the machinani and what is in the portal and what we have come with match. So I think Chebukati is doing a very good work in trying to be transparent on that. In fact, I heard that he was even telling a journalist remarked to me that he was allowing them even to take a photo if they wanted, because he is trying to be transparent. But I think, of course, you've seen again, when you are too transparent without control, then again there are people come in there, they cause commotions. So overall, I can say that Chebukati has actually tried to be as transparent as he could be.
All right. Kyoria?
All right, kind of an interesting one. Probably before I bring it over to this end, Wakili, what would you say about the number of politicians flocking the Bomas of Kenya, and in one way or another, being the perfect distraction from the troubles of tallying and verification?
You see, we have a history, Kerry. We have come from a history, one, where people think there is theft in the elections. And that is why this year you have not heard something like wakirusha, tunarusha, wakisema, tunasema, wakitangaza, tunatangaza. Every other contestant is quiet now. But you see, politicians, you know, because of that, I don't want to say nostalgia, or they are still living in the past, thinking that when somebody is sitting at that particular table, he definitely could be stealing. If they see an opponent approaching a tallying table, they probably think that he or she is going to steal. That is just a mindset that is coming from the past. But having said that, I think that you need to appreciate that elections belongs to the people, and the people's representatives are these politicians. The only issue which I think was a major confusion, and it was sorted though late, is the fact that IEBC did not quite people control, people control in the sense that you don't allow members of parliament, elected people, to come into the hall. And then when they are in the hall, again, you chase them out. This is something IEBC would have, forethought and know that they might bring a problem, and therefore you stop them by the time they are at the room.
All right.
Room B, and not when they have come right inside the counting hall. I think that is something IBC can work on.
All right, that is Uchaguzi Hall, and I think yesterday they tried to do a management of it, Eduardo, by putting them in the VIP area. But it has reached a point where even the Bomas of Kenya you cannot own, because you will be suspected of doing something suspicious.
Indeed, thank you very much for having me this morning. I'm so happy to be here, especially at this great time in our lives where it's like a transition. 10 years of Uhuru's government, now we're going to get a new government. On the issue of the agents and the politicians, it's such a sad scene, because what it reminds me of, or us as Kenyans, is 2007. The same kind of fiasco that we saw in 2007 that led to election violence, because the violence actually started in KICC, if you remember, the exchange of bitter words and insults and everything, and the accusations of stealing. And what happened thereafter was both sides announced their candidates having won. And I hope this time, and I'm sure this time, with IEBC and the technology we have, everything is on the portal, and there is no password, right? Any person can download, as long as you have a calculator, calculate for yourself. So at least this time we have more organization. But I would like to appeal to the political class, especially the videos we saw going around, where a young man in a blue denim jacket actually grabbing an IEBC clerk's gadget and scattering away with it and handing it over to a lady. We're led to believe that those were people from Azimio. The
and
police.
That is not confirmed.
That's not confirmed, but we are calling for the police to investigate that matter, because as young people in this nation, we do not want to incite others, and we do not want to take the law into our hands, because there are those people who are supposed to take care of the law, and IEBC is under the Act 2011, so everything is provided for. Therefore, I appeal to young people, stay at home, let those responsible go there. I appeal to politicians, Bomas of Kenya is not for everybody. If you're not an observer, if you're not an agent, stay away from Bomas of Kenya. We want peace, and we do not want incitement.
Absolutely. Wakili, at this point, the amount of, incitement happening on social media, actually pegged on misinformation, is too much. Thank God we have the IEBC to count on, because it's the only institution that can declare the president.
Yeah, you see, social media is It's a free platform, and there are judgments in this country allowing free expression and right to your own, expression. Now, you cannot stop people from speaking the way they speak on social media unless it is intentionally intended to hurt a particular individual, and then that individual can take it up and sue. But in terms of what they are saying, you see, to be honest, some of these people are still voting online when they are still trying to mimic each other, and intelligent people at this time will actually sleep early, will also avoid overtly going to the media and looking at WhatsApp and looking at Facebook and Twitter, because some of the statements made are hypothetical in nature. You realize that somebody simply wants to hurt you, wants to put salt to the wound. So you must be careful and try and avoid that if you want a health mind. But you cannot stop Kenyans. This is my point. You cannot stop Kenyans from expressing themselves the way they want. The only way you can stop them is by avoiding them, at least for now until Wednesday morning, probably.
But even if you avoid them, Kenyans have a way of getting you from your hiding corner. I mean, that is just us. Jen?
And that's the interesting bit, because social media can make or break anything, and especially looking at the general elections. And one thing that even some of our neighboring countries have been wondering, you are having your elections and you haven't had internet blackouts or being shut off at some point. Wakili, do you think having had this blackout or shutting off of the internet at some point would have had any impact on this misinformation and disinformation that we have witnessed in regards to some of the results?
I think we are a growing economy, and such decisions might actually be regressive and take people backwards. Let the internet be there. I mean, it depends on what you want to use the power for. For example, light has to be there, but you can decide to use it positively or negatively. I think we really have to applaud the government for not interfering with the internet space and let the people do what they have to do. It is really their right. We can do nothing about it, but we can grow from there are people who kill themselves. There are people who commit suicide out of the way the social media has harassed them. This is why I'm saying we have to outgrow this and become mature in the way we understand issues on the web. Because the web can be anything. Even the people talking to you could be totally different. They might not even be Kenyans. They might have been people hired to simply check on who is saying something about my candidate, and they hammer you heard. So the intelligence needed during an electioneering period, and I think it's a debate that could be taken up later, must be that you avoid this, too much of politicking on the web.
Eduardo, what really happens? A majority of people who form the biggest demographic space are the youth. But here we are, they never voted. You're a youth representative and an expert in that field.
Yes.
What is ailing the future generation?
Thank you very much. Just to quickly comment on the social media part, is that in Kenya we have access to information. That's a right to everybody, and the information, you'll find it over the net, because we moved on from the paper and pen kind of information. Secondly, also we have to be very careful, and I like what Wakili has said, because social media is rife with a lot of fake news. Everybody is an expert, everybody is becoming Chebukati, everybody is announcing the other. So if you're not emotionally intelligent, then you would end up also reacting towards such stories, and this also flares up into reactions on the outside. Moving on to your question about youth not voting, obviously young people have been hit hardest by the economy. Young people are really struggling in this country. Young people are really trying to find their standing. When you talk about 60% of young people are unemployed, they voted for Jubilee government 10 years and employment has not been created. I believe young people are not voting because they feel that their vote is going to waste, because some of the leaders that are voted in do not implement the promises they make for young people. But nonetheless, young people, it's your right to vote, and if you do not vote, it's like just saying you want the other person to win. So young people, I appeal to you, in the next election, come out, because you're the majority. Why can't we have a young president in this country? Thank you.
Yeah, I think along with that, it's not only a right, isn't it? but a duty.
Yes.
I think that's where, I am aware myself of some 5 people very close to me who did not vote. They're young people. They actually are like, see, of course.
And they're just okay. They just go to bed and sleep, and life goes on.
It's a big problem, actually. We must follow that Obama speech where he says, if you say your voter is not going to matter, it's wrong. Your vote really counts.
All right. Curio? Okay.
All right, of course, allow me to update you on what we were seeing there from the Bomas of Kenya as we were starting, because Commissioner Wanderi was updating on the latest 4 constituencies to be verified: Kajiado West, Samburu, South Mugango, and Ngori constituencies. In Kajiado West of Kajiado County, Raila Odinga got 29,716. William Ruto got 28,272, Wahiga Maure 73 votes, while Wajakoya got 143. In Samburu, east of Samburu County, Raila Odinga got 8,147, William Ruto 9,108, Wahiga Maure 17 votes, while Wajakoya got 51. In South Mugirango, Raila got 30,499, William Ruto 21,287, Wahiga Maure 93, Wajakoya got 227. In Gilunguri constituency of Kiambu County, Raila Odinga got 13,429, William Ruto got 58,343, Wahiga Maure 270, while Wajakoya got 26. Those are the results as updated by Commissioner Wanderi, which I think now takes us to about 250 constituencies. So we have about 40 to go, and then we are out. And probably Chebukati then can just make his Form 34C, finally to 34D, and a presidential certificate going to the winner. And we will be live from the Bomas of Kenya, linking up with Serafina Ruby in a bit. But let's just get to the issue of representation and looking at how the different political parties have performed in this election.
Yes.
Clearly, this is a neck-to-neck election, looking at the number of representatives, particularly MPs, that represent Kenya in the National Assembly and Senate.
Indeed, this has been a very tight election, and it shows you that those who voted really thought about it clearly and really wanted their leaders to go in, because it's neck to neck. 50%, some places 21, 22, governors 21, 22. It's senators the same. I don't know how the MCAs are fared, but it clearly shows you that Kenyans are politically conscious and they are much more aware of the kind of leadership they want. Therefore, it's paramount that Chebukati announces the presidential, because this is what is causing a lot of anxiety, because it's kind of the last one, and like you said, just a few more constituencies that have not been cleared or verified. So once that is done, I'm sure Kenya will be able to move on. We'll pick up from where we left off before the election and move this country forward. I believe young people in this nation want this country to get back to its feet. You know what COVID has ravaged this country. Now we have an election. At least we can all say and admit, even Wakili can admit, this time round we are not seeing a violence like how it was before. Because even before the announcements were made last time, there was already ruptures of violence in some parts of the country. But I would like to congratulate Kenyans for holding on to the peace and allowing IBC to do its job.
All right. Jane?
Just looking at that, when it comes to this division of power question, because as you rightfully put it, Githaiga, it's more of a 50-50 kind of situation. Not entirely, we have to get the actual figures, but looking at this split of power and the level of participation from Kenyans, do you feel even moving forward, we will be able to have such divided opinions, but yet can bring the nation together in a way that is progressive compared to what we have witnessed in our history, with members siding with each other, different parties, their different camps, just because they have different ideas and they refuse to work together for the common good of the Kenyans?
I believe that we have quite a mature political class right now. Going by the Constitution, 2010 came in, it's been 10 years. So we've experienced the evolution, we've experienced the different changes in Parliament. I'm sure this time round we'll have more mature political debates and acting. I mean, you can imagine even just passing a bill in Parliament will be a hard task. You'll have to cross your line to the other side to negotiate. And this is what we need so that our democracy can grow. We are still a young democracy, and we believe by having this opportunity of having division. You can look at the UK. Just recently, the Prime Minister resigned. This is what we want for this country. If the President has violated the Constitution, if the President has done something wrong against the Constitution, it is the right of the politicians to impeach them. It is the right of Kenyans to feel that that leader who has stolen, who has been corrupt, for people to be impeached. I believe this is a high time, and Kenya will move forward.
All right. Victor, obviously, as we come to your end, to Wakili, there will be a lot of horse trading. I'm actually trying to look at the numbers, 136 and 139. It doesn't appear like there's one who would really claim a 2/3 majority to even pass a bill. Like Elijah says, it appears like you will have to negotiate with the other side, whoever wins in this election, for you to pass a bill.
Yeah, definitely, because you see, that is actually how it works with all parliaments. You first of all inform the parliamentarians what you want to do. It probably comes from the industry, and then the members of parliament are told we want this particular legislation or this particular decision. Maybe it starts from the, if not an industry, it starts from the executive, or a motion moved by a member of parliament. It is always important, by the way, to build that relationship. This is why these campaign fights, normally you realize they have ended by the day of voting, and it's us Kenyans on social media who are actually fighting. Those guys are looking for each other now, saying, hey, you know, we have to work together. You know, there will be, you know, these committees, they would choose the chairman and committee members. Now they have already started making that kind of friendship. But having said that, I also want to point out that if you look at the age group of people who have been elected this time, there is actually more younger blood than it was in the previous. If you look at, well, you know, young people think that if somebody is 20, that's when he's young. But for us, we think that somebody who is 45 or even 49, there is still youngish, okay, you know, relatively. So I think this time around we are going to see a parliament which we can squarely blame if they fail to deliver. They are more vibrant, they are more young. You would see that the masses rejected very, you know, older people. Not that they are not good, and I have to be careful when I say that, because we have the aged around us, but they rejected that we do not want you to sit in parliament or in the Senate. But they are still very important people. They could be given other tasks to do, but at least Kenyans said we want more vibrant people, and probably people who can match the sharpshooting William Ruto, or probably the tactful Raila Odinga. So we just wait to see how they will really
sharpshooting William Ruto, tactful Raila Odinga. The battle now shifts to the floor of different houses, because when you look at the the split, what do you think is going to be the role of independent candidates? Because now each and every candidate will be looking for the numbers for to pass bills in different assemblies, starting from the National Assembly down to the county assemblies.
Oh yeah, you asked me or Gidaiga?
Yes, you.
Yeah, you see, I mean, these will be actually the kingmakers, quote unquote, in parliament. These are they go after people. They are being sought by each of these presidential candidates now. The independent people and those others who will be nominated, there will be targets that, you know, you have to work with us. I think that they are very, very important members of parliament. And just to add on that, it shows that when nominations are done, and you get some people who have been left out and they decamp to become independent, they are not necessarily bad people. If you look at the way about is it 12 positions that they will occupy in the National Assembly. So I think this will be very important.
Okay, just a clarification.
Yes.
Independent candidates, we all know, do not have any party they are representing.
Affiliations.
Yes. But can they align themselves to a particular party when it comes to house business?
Of course they do that, but you know, under law you cannot you cannot abscond your party and go to another one. But we are talking about, I was really referring to voting. You see, during voting you can be a UDA member and decide to vote for an Azimio agenda in parliament for that particular voting. So that is what I meant. I do not mean to say that they will cease becoming independent members, but I mean to say that during a request by the other side to vote, they can vote either way.
Okay, so it's going to be a big battle when it comes to House business affairs. You know, the first day you have to form your government, the election and picking of the speakers of different assemblies. Now this is where the real battle heads. I don't know what is your take on the real representation, because when you talk about women, they form a good number of representation in both houses so far this election. Do you really think that is also going to form basis of how the legislation is going to be, the process of passing of bills, and I mean, most importantly, the 2/3 gender rule, which is hanging even as we head to the 13th parliament?
Well, you know, we have 47 women representatives from each county.
Yes.
And then this time we have a lot of female representation, especially
a huge number.
Yeah, especially in in general leadership. And remember, they have a women caucus themselves, whether from governorship, members of parliament to senate.
Yes.
So I think their power now is strong. And I think I'm not an expert in gender issues, but I'm very cautious when I speak about women, really, because I could be saying something else. But in terms of them going to fight for their rights, the 2/3 gender rule and all that, they should come together and actually make sure it goes through. That's how far I can go. The aspect of historically and primitively having doubts about women, or women themselves having doubt about themselves in terms of, sailing through an agenda, should never be allowed, because Kenyans have put a lot of trust in the women, and they have shown it. If you look at Nakuru, it is fully women. You look at, from member of parliament to MCA to governor to
almost 90%
Senate.
of that county is
Exactly.
by women.
So I think they should now take it up with proper guidance. They should be able to sail their agenda through, and they should be responsible for the 2/3 gender rule. If it does not pass this time, I think that they will be the ones to blame.
Okay.
This question of representation is always a thorn in many people's flesh. But let me come to you, Githaiga. Looking at this aspect of representation, yes, over the years we have seen the numbers progressing in an upward trajectory. But then there's also one school of thought that argue there ought to be specific women seats, and especially in elective positions that are set aside for women, not just the women representative that is guaranteed in every county. Do you think this is a valid way in ensuring that we actually attain this 2/3 gender principle, having specific seats set aside for women?
Thank you very much. First of all, you have to understand that women have come from very far. Going to Beijing in 1998, it's been a struggle for women. And I really congratulate women for the effort that they've put in, because they have not stopped. They have continued. And I believe even the 47 county women rep at the past, that was a positive move. But you can even see, like Wakili has said, the increased number of elected leaders who are women. It's never been seen like this before. I mean, when you look at the pictures of who has won, a lot of women have actually come out and stood up and challenged even the men. And affirmative action, like by nominating these women, because we also have to remember, within the law, last year, Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, was about to break parliament, or dissolve parliament, because of lack of reaching the 2/3 gender rule. I believe this year we have made so much more progress, and these things are not a day's thing, it's a process. So I believe women have really made us proud, and like Nakuru especially, and even Isiolo, and many women have become governors in this country, never seen before. The other time I think we only had 2 governors or 3 governors, adding on to the late Laboso. This time round, I'm sure we have many more MPs, and also, like you said, and going to your question is, affirmative action has to continue, because we have to see that women representation is equal to male representation. But at the same time, we don't want to say that women be represented and then men don't be represented. Yeah, we will need to keep that balance, and that's why the law provides for 2/3 gender and 1/3, so that no gender feels left out.
Okay.
Yeah.
But looking at the political structure of Kenya, our history getting to where we are today,
Yes.
what are those factors that you think contribute to women not participating in the political spaces and taking up these leadership opportunities that are available?
Traditionally, we've not thought of women as the leaders. And
Patriarchy?
either it's prejudice, it's either discrimination, to a level whereby women themselves didn't believe that they had the capacity. But with the information age, with the democracy that we have and the space that we have today, women have begun to see that they're leaders. And you know, even in Africa, we have Queen Nefertiti in Egypt, we have Queen Zinga in Angola. Women have always led. It's just, I think, through the colonial and the bringing down of the African race, we kind of suffered a lot with slavery. So women have actually found their way back into leadership, and that is the Africa we want. We want to have more women leaders in there. But the other factors that contribute is natural, nature. You know, women are our mothers, right? So a woman gets pregnant, a man doesn't. Okay, it's not a disadvantage, because the baby who will come in will be a blessing to all of us, but you can see certain challenges that they go through. Also, traditionally, but lately, of late, we have a lot of girl-child empowerment. I mean, you can clearly see it out there. Women are more empowered. Women speak the same way as men speak. So all these things that were ceilings, glass ceilings, have all been broken. And we continue to stress that women need to be liberated. But also the youth, and if I may jump into that, the youth also need to be liberated, because you can imagine having a youth bulge and 70% of this youth are unemployed.
Yeah.
So you're talking about disenfranchising these young people, even young men especially, in the sense that if this young man has no money, has no job, how is he going to come up with a family unit? And that's why you see there's a lot of issues with relationships with young people feeling dejected, young people feeling left out. And I believe the government that's going to come in, and we've said, majority of leaders who've been elected this time round are young people. So we really hope that they will go in there and ensure that young people's rights are protected and they receive what is their due part. Because remember, youth is transitional. Unlike the women, you know, a young woman has a better sustainability because she has empowerment even after 35. But a young man will continue to struggle because there is no empowerment for them.
So where do you think the disconnect is when it comes to the Kenyan youth in line with conversations around politics in Kenya? Because from even what Wakili was saying, looking at the population that turned out to vote for the electorate, a majority were considered to be the older generation as opposed to the young people who voted. But on the flip side, the people that were voted for the most were the younger population. So where is the disconnect between the electorate and Kenyan politics?
I think if we have the demography right, I don't think the majority of people who voted are older people, right? Because even with the electoral 22 million, majority are still the young people, and they're the ones who voted their own people. But what we're trying to say is that the soberness, the consciousness, older people are more conscious because opportunities have been created to them in the past. For example, a young person in the past, or when I was when I was a young kid, when my dad was young, like a youth, how much was he paying for a packet of milk? 2 shillings. How much was his rent? 5 shillings. How much is a youth paying for a packet of milk today? 65 shillings. So you see, the youth is really suffering and feeling dejected, and that's why we need a serious government to come in and handle these matters. Because if in the next 5 years, and I'm not trying to be a doomsday thinker, but I can see a revolution coming if young people's matters are not looked into intentionally, you know. For example, with the current government, we approached the president through the State House links. We came up with something called the post-COVID Youth Economic Recovery Plan. But you won't believe me or not, we were ignored. Yet the ideas we had in there were the ones that were supposed to bring some kind of energy, kind of recovery towards the economy for young people. So therefore we are appealing to William Ruto, we are appealing to Raila Odinga, whomever is elected, kindly sit down with the youth. And we hope that we'll have more ministers in position, not just in the youth ministry, because the nation is young, right? We appreciate what the older generation has done for Kenya. It's our time as young people to carry that mantle and move it forward.
The youth dividend is to be withdrawn.
Earlier you were seeing live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya. Quite not much activity happening there because I think there's a break or a health break for that matter. In about an hour or 20, 30 minutes, you have the pictures on your screen. Of course, you'll see some activity resume at that point. But so far, so good. Quite some job done there by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And hopefully, they will finish up the exercise today, but not so much activity just yet. Probably there'll also be a changeover of agents because every party has multiple agents there, particularly the ones who think they have a higher stake. That's the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. There will be a changeover of agents there, a bait. But you will remember yesterday there was kind of standoff when politicians wanted to access Uchaguzi Hall, and Wafula Chebukati stood his ground, took them to the VIP hall, and that means that the only people who are accessing this hall are chief agents, the polling officials of the IEBC, the media, and international observers, as well as local observers, and a few of them, for that matter, are the only ones accessing this hall, and that is why the politicians have been locked out. You will remember on a Saturday night, there was a kind of standoff that almost ended violently, and I think Idaiga was alluding to it. And I think out of this, the IEBC had to take the decisions they took yesterday, including locking some of them completely off the gate at the entrance of Bomas of Kenya. And it looks like Wafula Chebukati is indeed in charge this time. Let's come back to the issue of representation before I hand it over to Wakili.
Yes.
The amount of horse trading that will also go into the formation of parliamentary committees, even the chairperson of the Council of Governors, because when you look at, for example, the Council of Governors, each party cannot claim to have really a clear majority that would say we are taking over the chairmanship. You remember in 2017, because of a majority governors in Jubilee was able to pick who the chairperson of will be, and continuing. But at this point, it doesn't look like that will be possible.
I don't think that will be the case. But you remember, we still have Mombasa and Kakamega that have not held election. So that will be the tipping part. You know, whoever wins Kakamega and whoever wins Mombasa will probably have the majority. Okay? But we don't know whether they'll split that too. But if that comes to that, indeed, this is what we need. We need Kenyans to know how to negotiate. We need our leaders to negotiate, not just because you have the majority, then you have impunity. We need people to horse trade, so that not for their own selfish need, but for the representation of the people. In the Council of Governors, we want so much more development going down to the counties. We've had various challenges. I believe sobriety is also needed, because when you look at how much money has been lost in the county governments, we don't want to have that this time. And thank God, at least we can't say somebody has a majority or not, so that the mwananchi will have his say. So for example, if there is a governor who's not performing, I call on the wananchi. Your vote, your sovereignty does not just end at electing. The law provides that if the leader that you've chosen, like a governor, has not performed, there is a certain way that those take action by going to the county assembly, petitioning the county assembly, and calling out those governors who are not performing. Because devolution was meant to support the mwananchi on the ground, not to support people to build estates in Kileleshwa with that money. No. Right? I mean, I'm not talking on my own. I'm talking about the Auditor General.
Yeah.
He's mentioned these matters. So this time around, we are going to be very tough on our leaders, very strict on our leaders. We're not going to allow any form of impunity or corruption to continue in this nation.
Okay.
Because if it does, this nation will go down the way of many other African countries when the people take up arms or rebel against the leaders.
All right. Wakili Ishmael, you talked about the vibrancy that comes with the number of youth who have made it to the National Assembly or Senate for that matter. In fact, call them youngsters in one way or another. But in this election, we have also seen a hemorrhage of, serious, what you would say, experienced politicians and solid debaters on the floor. Don't you think Parliament is poor with the kind of hemorrhage we have seen?
Well, that can be true, and I think social scientists will have to come up with some theses and research to help us understand exactly how the previous men and how the present one will perform. But one thing that is good is we have youthful parliamentarians. Let them make mistakes. Now let's see. You see, the issue is they are answerable to us. It is becoming clear, by the way, and I have several themes when I talk about the youth and the women. Let the youth have an objective. I think one major problem also in the issue of representation is objectives. You realize a person, I don't know whether it's appropriate to use this example. You're going to the gym, but what is your objective? Your objective is probably to add muscle. So then what? Are you seeing? So when you talk about women have been elected to parliament, and there are many, they need through their women caucus to sit down and agree that our objective will be to represent the people who have elected us. If that is the objective, then it will be easier for them when they are being called to Mombasa for horse trading. They will put their hands on the people. They will be like, no, okay, fine, you have called us here. You have said we choose so and so to be the chair. We have also said so and so. But you know what? Our people need water, and unless this water issue is addressed, we don't think coming to Mombasa has anything. The same to the youth. If they have an objective, so that it's not just if I say this refers to both men and women. When you are appointed as a member of parliament, by the way, there are so many dimensions, dynamics rather, that take place. I mean, you're being given a government car, you have some loan, you're going to sleep in big hotels, which is not your normal habitual thing you have done before. So then you change your mind. So I think that you must remember the people who brought you to parliament have certain needs, and if those needs populate your mind more than dreaming to sleep in New York and Mombasa and Egypt and all that, you can do all that, yes. But if the people's needs populate your mind more, definitely you will not be swayed just because you are a youth.
It's about the primary role.
The primary role and the people's primary demands.
Yes.
But if you come to Nairobi, you see the commotion in cosmopolitans and you get excited and you lose the objective. Then you will have a lot of youth in parliament, but it will not count for the machinani people. They won't even feel it. So I tend to think that this is the moment people should go back to the objectives. The real objectives why we say that 47 women should come from counties. It's not so that you can enjoy the facilities in cities. It is so that the women are represented in each county. So what are you going to do? You need symposiums, you need to mobilize the women back in the villages. Throughout 5 years, that is really what you are elected for.
Okay, what I'm trying to understand is that that a majority of youth get more attracted to politics because of the flashy style, the flamboyance, and forget about the legislative
It's
role.
unfortunate, and it's not, no, it's not only the youth. I want to get me clearly. It's not just about, this is many people, by the way, even the very experienced politicians. They come to, you know, one thing, they use a lot of money, and I think that, humanly speaking, is painful to them. And then they come to the Senate and member of parliament, and they are poor, actually. They are completely poor. They are struggling to pay rent. So I think that aspect must also be managed vis-a-vis how they promise people at Mashinani. But what I'm saying is, when they come back to Nairobi and they have become members of parliament and senate and all that, and governors, you know, human beings are tempted with the things of this life. So you really want a big car, you want a good phone, you want, apart from a big phone, you also want to you know, good life.
You're a machimera, so you have to get your facts right.
That message is also wrong again, because
the lifestyle must change as well.
If you look at the West,
Yes.
and I can use the example of Obama, we've seen him, you know, apart from the secret agents who used to really guard him, he would live a normal life. He would wear a shirt without a tie. He will go to a fast food. He would pick food for himself. Just yesterday, I saw a clip where the US president was unable to put on his coat properly, and the wife was adjusting for him. There were no security, you know, and then his glasses fell down. He picked the glasses himself. I think there is a big issue about governance in the country, and I think leaders should be assisted to try to connect with people more than with the flamboyant and you know, fantasies and imaginations that people.
But then this could also be the trigger as to why a majority of Waheshimiwas, quote unquote, all members of parliament who have been voted out, is because they did not have that direct touch and connection with the electorate.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you see, it's very, I've not gone into elective politics, I have no interest as such, but I've observed it for a long period, and I see that it is so easy to interact with people, by the way, especially people who have needs, because they do not want your home, they don't want your food, they don't want your money per se. They want you to look at them and understand them and appreciate and accept that it is true, we are in this condition, let's try and see how we can come out. That's it. But you realize that these people, once they've gone to the majority masses in the village, they literally lie to them. I will put a borehole, here I will put a well, and then here I will buy you a cow. Things you cannot do ordinarily. So I think politicians normally are punished because they lie. But in terms of representation, really, they must have an objective on how to serve the locals.
Githaiga, do youth have objectives?
Oh yes. I mean, we have objectives.
Based on what Wakila said, because it's the driving factor is okay.
The returns.
Am I living somewhere that I'm sworn in today and the following day you've moved out?
Yes.
You call the property movers.
Yes.
You get out and we don't see you. What is the driving factor? Because a majority of youth, actually, we've seen an increment so far.
Yes.
And we have a lot of hope in the younger generation. You would imagine, because power is transient.
Yes.
In the next 40, 50 years to come, what would be the face of this country like if whatever Wakili is talking about is the true situation across the country?
Let me start by saying we are a young democracy. I mean, America is over how many years of democracy? Yeah. I'm sure they went through these stages that we're going through now. Really found the objectivity. And Wakili, I want to say we will find our objectivity, because you can even see, the number of youth who have voted, they are objective towards getting voted. Because if they were not serious about it, they would not have been voted for. But what I want to point out is in Kenya, I think we're the third highest paid members of parliament. Is it in Africa or is it in the world? Where we need to hold our leaders accountable is through their manifestos. Even the local MCA, like Wakili has pointed out, he'll say, I'll put a bowl here, I'll build a ECD school here. If our youth can hold accountable these leaders by their manifesto, and not lose focus towards that, then I believe accountability will be there. For example, like CDF, I don't know whether it's been scrapped or whether the MPs who are going to come in this time round will reinstate it. But if the MP has said he's going to do something and he doesn't do it, that is probable cause for impeachment. Yeah? And this is the objectivity that young people have to have. The other thing about a game plan or the gameplay that is going on, we are all attracted. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta, going by the wealth that they have, and it's out there in the public, they're one of the wealthiest families, but Uhuru Kenyatta ran for president. So I don't believe that young people just run for president because they want to make money. It's an appeal to every Kenyan. It's provided in the constitution that you can run for any seat that you want. However, when you get that power, I appeal to those leaders who have been elected in parliament, youthful leaders, kindly use your power properly. Bring bills in parliament, and I appreciate someone like Sakaja. He won the Nairobi County governance, and you see how much work he did in the Senate and while as a nominated member of parliament. So if we had at least 60%, and that's where the objectivity of Wakili comes in, I, as a member of parliament, what is my plan? What do I want to give young people in Kenya? Secondly, the influence. How do they use that influence? Right? Don't misuse your influence by surrendering your influence to those wazes. Because what happens is, these young people surrender their influence that they were given by the youth to the older people. Why? Because the older people purportedly have more money, have more power than them. Young people hold on to that. And this matter of getting paid and young people wanting to have a nice watch or buy a nice car, that is normal. The world is materialistic. I mean, you don't work so that you can hide your money under your bed. You work so that you can provide yourself a comfortable life. I want to finish by saying this, that young people in this country have matured as well. The young people that we had in 2002, they are not the young people that we had in 2010. These young people have grown up, they have matured, and they know exactly what they want. Right? And I believe that this time round, we will be the people to watch. You will see so many new moves coming in. Changes and differences will happen because the young people believe in themselves.
All right.
Yes.
Wakili Ishmael, Gidega talks about holding leaders to account. Quite an important point he makes. But talk about public participation as a constitutional principle. But where we have seen governors gather friends of theirs, take them to a certain corner, and come up with a project and say, this project was endorsed by the community, and I did public participation, but public participation done by his friends. Is there a constitutional threshold to what public participation is?
Very important question, very, very important question, this one. And what Gidega has actually alluded to is correct, that, the youth should have, normal pleasures of life if need be. But in terms of public participation and the projects to be implemented, this is the problem. Again, like he properly described the happenings after the elections, you realize that there are two sets of people, two groupings. Those who support the winner, and there are those who do not support him. What happens is, once the winner takes it, he does not carry along his opponents, and that is what I meant by the objective. He loses to he fails to understand that when you have become a member of parliament or an MCA, you actually represent the community across the section of those who supported you and those who did not support you. So when you talk about we want to do a well over here or a borehole, it shouldn't spring up in your mind that way. You should go to the people. You should inform people. You should ask a particular community, what is your major need here? They should say themselves that we want you to clean our river and not do a borehole so that we can tap water from our own river. So it's all about, but you see the problem again. The youth or the people generally will be fighting to be recognized by the newly elected leader. This is the biggest problem in Africa. Instead of going back to form your own caucus as locals, each person wants to elbow out the other one and outdo them so that they can go directly to the MP. And the MP sees that these people are divided. I need to recover my money which I spent during my campaigns, so I will play their mind. So the major issue in public participation should be the people are together and they understand the need of the village, because there are people who go to the MP just to ask for fees. Others go to the MP just to say, my daughter is wedding, my son is 10,000. I mean, these are very, in my view, myopic, very, very small objectives. The main objective should be we stand together and make sure our school is built here in the coming 5 years. So I think the major issue is that the electorates fail to come together, just more or less like how they vote together, do lines together. The electorate should come together after elections so that they can tame. You know, under the constitution, you can collect just 1,000 signatures and start a process of returning an MCA home. The same thing with members of parliament. You can collect a certain number of signatures and you petition the parliament and you recall your MP. So I think that major threat for the elected leaders is if the people are united, and I think that's where we should take our leaders. We should be united in machinery.
Well, clearly, just looking at that aspect of the electorate seeking redress, to what extent can they do so in line with looking at this quote-unquote grand promises that the politicians made when they were campaigning? I will build a dispensary in every ward, a school here and there, playground here and there, but yet they maybe do 75% of what they promised, or even 50%.
To what extent can they do? Ordinarily, people are disintegrated because of interests and desires and plans they have. But this is where we bring in professionals from the local communities and the leaders. I mean, you talk about the government, local chiefs and sub-chiefs, but in each, you come from somewhere, Githaiga comes from somewhere, I come from somewhere. In that particular community, we should be able to mobilize our people. We should be able to mobilize people and tell them on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come to a meeting, let's debate, let's have a talk about our water. So if we do that, so really, apart from leaders who have been elected, we have the local professionals, people who have gone to class 8, gone to and went to TVET training, people who have gone to Form 4 and thereafter went to train something, people who have gone to degree level. These are the people who are leaders at the local level who should engage masses so that they can do public participation and then call on the member of parliament or the MCA and tell him this is what we want. But the major problem I see, and as I see it, and I want to go back to what Githaiga said, yes, we all like to have a comfortable life, but unless we sacrifice and put the leaders to task, by the way, we will continue being poor. And once we don't hold the leader to account, he's a free bird, he's a free soul. He will go to parliament, he will enjoy Nairobi, enjoy New York, enjoy South Africa, and come back and ask for votes. If you ask the youth today, what actually do you want your member of parliament to do for you? By the way, I've asked this question in social groups, Facebook and WhatsApp. They actually don't even answer that question. We must set a syllabus, a scheme, on which we shall judge the elected leaders. If we don't have that, I don't think we can blame the member of parliament after 5 years if he comes back to us for votes without doing anything.
Victor, just before you come in, just to throw the same to Githaiga, looking at our responsibility as the electorate when we give these leaders the mandate to, speak for us and represent us, but over the years we have seen most of them, they make these promises, these commitments, but they never go the whole distance. They do just enough to sort of show the people they are working, and that's the point to which they seek re-election.
I thank you very much, Jen. First of all, I would like to think about it this way. After election, what instruments are provided or what avenues are provided? I believe civil society has also failed a bit in that end. I don't know whether it's because of the regulations that the government came in with, so there's not so much funding going towards the civil society. There's a lot of accountability issues. But before then, in 2010, we used to have a lot of civic engagement, where you raise the political consciousness, like civic education, where you educate the electorate and tell them post-election, this is how you should manage your participation. And this is where it comes into public participation. For example, you look at the CDF, the CDF committees. These CDF committees don't come from the sky. These are community leaders or members who are nominated or elected within that constituency. How many young people, how many women, how many people, how many electorates did go and participate in that? That's a big challenge. And that's where you find some of the development that we want to hold the MP or the leader accountable to, we can't manage to do it because we didn't participate from the beginning. Look at the Ward Development Fund, the County Development Fund. All these funds, the law provides public participation. How conscious are we as electorate, right, to know that it is our right to even say, Mheshimiwa Wakili, it's actually not the Mheshimiwa who says where the borehole will be. It is actually the citizens and the residents of that particular area, because now it's past his manifesto. It's what they build up together. So therefore, I believe we need to mobilize our people towards issues, right? Young people, you need to pick up your issues. For example, health. How many youth are able to access health? Yet there are health committees. So if your interest, youth have to divide themselves civically and say, we as youth, beyond electing our leaders, we still have a responsibility for our civic engagement. So youth can expertise themselves towards health, water, food, education. Like now, we're all struggling with the new education curriculum. How many young people really, and they're the parents of these ECD kids, how many young people really participated in that development? Very few. Employment, we keep talking about employment. We as a youth have the solution to the employment. But how many of us are participating in discussions to do with employment, right? We complain more about lack of it, but we fail to offer solutions and challenge our leaders. Look at entrepreneurship. During my talks last year, I remember I was going around universities and talking to students. It's as simple as, if you're a lawyer, right? The law provides that you can go to registrar of companies and register a business name, not even a company, so that even though you've graduated from law school and you've gone to the bar, even before you graduate, you are allowed to have a business name. You can become a paralegal, start understanding the mechanisms. Don't just wait to be employed in associate company for lawyers. If you're a technology person, start your own company. So agriculture again, yeah. What is the percentage of young people involved in agriculture? It's about 12%, 13%. Yet the youth are saying there's no opportunities. There is opportunity in agriculture, but they fail to participate in the agricultural sector and many other areas. So therefore, we're saying that as young people, participate. Don't be fooled by the politician that your job ended. And this is what they keep on repeating. Ati kazi yenu iliisha wakati mulipatia kura. Hapana. Kazi yetu ilianza hapo. Kwa sababu lazima we hold these leaders accountable, and we have to hold them accountable to follow up to their manifesto, and furthermore to follow up to the development plans and engagements that we want.
Okay,
thank you.
Victor.
And Wakil, you can also pick it, but the issue of civic education, we've seen a huge number of spoiled votes.
Yes.
That is one. Not only to the youth and even the adults, people who voted before.
Yes.
You tell them when you go to the polling booth, this is how you're supposed to do it. On this other end, politicians will tell you that is not our responsibility. It is a responsibility of IBC. IBC will say for us is just to do voter sensitization, voter education. Then the political class will also have their role to do.
Yes.
Have we failed as a nation?
To be quite honest, I believe we've gone back. Because in the day, the 2002 to 2010, 2012, there was a lot of civic education.
Yes.
People would know about election. Today, there's hardly that. I believe even there were rumors saying that we don't want the Mount Kenya youth to vote, because if they vote, they'll vote for hustler, or they'll fall on one side.
That is just a perception.
So you see, that is misguiding the population, and it's intentional. This thing about civic education is intentional to ensure that they disenfranchise these young people, because it is the right and it is the responsibility of the government and those institutions such as commissions, independent offices that are provided for by the law to provide this information and education. It is not a favor they're doing us. And yet they still even civil society organizations such as FIDA and many others that receive millions of shillings to provide this civic education so that mwananchi can be informed, make a right decision. I remember seeing someone posting on FB the other day on Facebook and saying that they voted a certain governor, but do you know where they ticked it? The box. They ticked the face, where the face was, not where the box was provided for, and they were proudly saying they voted for a certain governor. So you can see that level. But I myself personally, I'll take my own initiative because I also run an organization called Vision 2030 Youth to ensure that now we're not going to wait and cry to government. We will take that responsibility and move forward with it.
Then it means that the issue of voter apathy is
justified.
Is justified.
You understand? Because, yes, but just to pick it from where I left it. Civic education is a responsibility of the state to ensure that people know. Okay. For example, the government releases funding to county governments through the treasury. It is the responsibility of the state to inform the local person that I have released your money through your governor, and it should come down to the county, to the ward for work. But having said this, you know, media houses actually always do this civic education. What you're doing here today, Victor, is you are actually educating the masses. So we must thank the media houses for the role they play in trying to, you've seen other media houses, they have this program, that program, KBC has this program, that program. This is great because it is a process of civic education. But what Githaiga is saying, probably the government should do better by funding media houses, by funding other groups like he mentioned FIDA and other, you know, civil society groups to
and Vision 2030 Youth
and Vision 2030 Youth of Githaiga, so, and the Law Society and all that, so that these groups go to mashinani. You know, Victor, when people look at the television,
right,
they are not able to interrogate they are not able to tell interrogators. Of course they can do through social media their query, but it's not comprehensive as when you go down to the people and engage them. So I believe that the government should do more to actually encourage civic education. And then what content in civic education? Like he says, people are voting, they were ticking somebody's face. So the state must do something better to ensure that the civic education is
right. And perhaps on that particular aspect, the issue of voter apathy, it's huge. Perhaps the government did not even anticipate that one. From the reports you're getting for the Bomas of Kenya, it's like the number of spoiled votes is quite high. Githaiga is talking about somebody going to the polling booth and marking someone's face and making some funny marks and said, I'm done with Githaiga, I've voted for him or for her. Perhaps who should take the bigger chunk of the blame? IBC, the legislators, that is the last parliament, the 12th parliament, the sitting government, or the mwananchi?
For me, I think that it is everybody. I mean, if I am going to contest a seat for Senate, for example,
yes,
I must ensure that my votes are correctly bagged into my basket. So part of the campaign, you know, period and before, I should go down to mashinani and say, please, this is how to vote. So it's the responsibility of a politician. But having said that, it is also the responsibility of the civil society again to ensure they get funding, they go out there, write proposals, get money to enable them move around the country to teach people. The same thing applies to the state through IBC or the state directly.
Githaiga?
Yes, it is collective responsibility. I mean, for such a matter, you cannot just say it's the politicians or it's the people who are ignoring. Collective responsibility.
Yes.
And what we need now as our democracy matures more, as our democracy grows, is to begin to have lobby groups, interest groups, civic engagement groups out there in the public sector, in public forum. Why? So that any matter that, let's say like for the youth, they feel that we need this legislation in parliament, or the women, they feel that they need a certain affirmative action to be implemented, or the persons living with other abilities feel that they need this to be looked into. These lobby groups are the ones that will be our source of agitation.
Yeah.
And these lobby groups will push the member of parliament to ensure, like now, Wakili, as you're the lawyer today in the House, perhaps you can guide us as well. Is there a public participation law? I'm sure there is none. It's not provided for. It's provided that public participation should be held, but it doesn't provide requisite and say this person has to be represented, this other person has to be represented. So certain things like that is what we should pick up and lobby. Because there's private bills that go to parliament. They don't have to come from a member of parliament. They can come from individuals outside parliament. But I know because of various machineries or machinations that occur, probably the political class are very insecure about this matter of public participation.
You know, I think talking about if there's law
Yes.
that governs public participation, there are several judgments now
Yes.
that have emphasized the importance of public participation. And the question as to what is public participation and how it should be conducted, we should be more happy that there are no regulations. Now you have an organization
Yes.
that can literally collect lawyers and talk to them.
Yes.
The law does not prevent you from doing that. So, and like you correctly pointed out earlier, a growing economy requires certain mistakes as we do something.
Yes.
The law now, as it is, allows you to go and meet up people and say, I want to talk to you about how to elect presidents. Once the rules are put in a particular act of parliament, they will probably dislodge you or dislodge certain people from actually conducting the civic education. So we should look at public participation as a feel right now, but nobody should be prevented. No one should say I cannot do civic education. So, I mean, no one can say that I cannot talk to people about public participation.
All right, Wakili, let me take you upon something you said earlier when I asked you on the question of threshold. And you talked about the existing remedy for the voter in terms of recalling either an MP or a public-initiated impeachment for a government, for example. But you all remember in 2014 or 15 thereabouts,
All right.
Parliament amended the recalling. There's a problem?
Yes. Briefly, so that we can fix the mic. It's been 24 hours. So
Public
so it's given.
participation.
Yeah, public participation.
Your mic is refusing to participate.
We'll be back to Kira shortly. You're talking about the issue. You ask your question directly the way you want to frame it. But before we go there, Wakili, I'm also interested in understanding the issue of the surprise winners and losers in this election. All right, we have a number of people who've made it into their different assemblies, and we have got people seasoned politicians who've lost it altogether. In your own perspective, what are the contributors? Let's start with the winners.
I think that Kenyans wanted to bring in fresh blood to the team. This is so evident that they actually have given William Ruto a huge pat on his back, being a first-time presidential contestant.
Right.
For the first time, they're actually giving him that level of confidence to lead the nation. That's how I look at it. They start from that background. And there was no imagination whatsoever in political scenarios that William Ruto would come closer to Raila Odinga.
Yeah.
But you can see that Kenyans are like, we are going to bring in new blood. And that's how I look at it. So it's not like they necessarily hate the old, guards. Look at Jeremiah Kioni, Amos Kemunya. These are people who have been on the scene. Professor Simon Gary. I mean, I think they simply, the messaging is, we want new blood. And then you look at the voting patterns. It is half-half. You have for 7 counties, you will get 24 and 25 governors on the other side and this side. You look at members of parliament, 139, 136. This is like half-half. So even for William Ruto and Raila Odinga, there should be no magic, by the way. I don't know why we are so anxious. It is definitely half-half. It's a question of IBC coming out to tell us, hey, gentlemen, those who, the winning team is so-and-so.
Yes.
And the losing team is so, but it will be, even on the lows, it will be a small. So I think that Kenyans wanted to send a message that we want a fair and a free representation. We don't want to give 90% to one side and 10% to another one. We will give 45% and 47%. We will give 50% and the other one we will give 51%. I think Kenyans are so fair this time round.
Kenyans are so fair this time around. I don't know what you think, Bidaiga?
Yes, thank you very much. New blood, new blood, new blood. Cheers to new blood. I mean,
with them they also come to old blood.
It's a breath of fresh air. It's a breath of fresh air for this country.
Yes.
It's a turning moment. I mean, I like what you just said, Wakili. I mean, who would have thought William Samoei Ruto would be leading, as you can see in the screens? None of us. Because traditionally, anybody who has run the first time does not get that far. You remember Uhuru Kenyatta? He ran in 2002. He didn't get that far.
Probably just to clarify on that, we are yet to get the immediate and clear figures from the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. So we don't have...
No, I'm just saying, as to what they're showing on the screen.
Yes.
I mean, it's not closed yet. But I'm saying, you can imagine, this new blood called William Ruto has really shaken the establishment. I mean, going back to the last 4 years, this man has been challenged to his grit, like completely, He has been pushed to a corner. He has been pushed to a corner, and he's emerged to be a victorious. You can even see, like, and I don't want to take us back to the BBI, but the BBI was lost and William Ruto came out the winner. I believe if William Ruto lost the BBI, if the BBI went through, he would be nowhere today. But that fact that new blood has got new energy, new blood has got new ideas and new vision. And this is what we need for this country. We need a new country now. I mean, it's been 60 years. We're still talking about that we are trying to fight against ujinga, we are trying to fight against poverty, the same old things. What we need to have is reorganizing this country. And the only way we can reorganize this country is by having fresh ideas. It's like what they always say, you follow the same way of doing something and expect different results. And that's why we're saying we need a leader who connects with the masses. A leader who can actually be viewed, and I believe William Ruto is that guy, and I don't want to be partisan here, sorry about that. What I'm trying to say, he has a certain connection with this generation of young people, that he can drive a certain agenda to its fulfillment. And you can even see it today. But let me stop there, because I'm not here to support anybody, but I'm just here to give my views, which as any other Kenyan, and this is what we are saying, this is also public participation.
Victor, for me, I don't want to say it is Raila or it is William Ruto, because I'm sure it is sensitive right now. In fact, my son told me that when you give a remark, just don't be so partisan, because my friends watch you too and they are on the other side. So I think it's only now we are voted, and by the way, the elected leader is already in the books being held by the IBC at the Bomas of Kenya. There's nothing much we can do about it. But what the kind of analysis I was giving myself is that Kenyans have shown that they want new people. And then I was drawing a contrast that the fact that William Ruto could come with that speed to catch up with Raila Odinga, who has been considered for many years as the enigma of Kenyan politics, speaks to the people, to the leaders, to us, that the Kenyans want new blood. Whether that will be revealed through the figures as they come out, you see, funny enough, look at Nairobi. Nairobi is fully blue if you look at Nairobi, but they still chose Sakaja as the governor. So they can choose all blue or all yellow, and at the top they still say, okay, we are still comfortable with this person. So new blood here is the feel, is the thing for citizens. That's really what they want. But in the end, we are yet to see whether actually they will speak like that at the topmost position.
It's about the battle between politics and in this case, the way you talked about Nairobi having, shade of blue and Sakaja having been elected as the governor. So you'd imagine what was running through the minds of the voter. Okay, should I vote for this person because of the party or because of their ideologies? And that is perhaps the reason why we've seen new faces who would even imagine, for example, that Governor Kiretu Murungi would lose. You get what I'm saying? It's about the new face, Githaiga.
Yes.
The use of this particular country as we are. We have got a chance. In your own assessment, you've been, crisscrossing the country talking to them.
Yes.
That energy, the new phase of a nation that is just about to be opened. But it seems that a majority of youths are still stuck somewhere in the corner. They're waiting to be shaken and let loose. I don't know what to think.
Indeed, and that is a true assessment. They are waiting to be shaken and like I said before, for many years they have participated in these things and the connection has been lost. Now is the time they feel, and I want to give an example after I finish this. Now is the time that they feel that their ideas can be heard because they are much more aware. They are much more conscious. I mean, young people know exactly, not fully, but they know some of their rights. But I want to point out as well, I'm not saying that Raila Odinga has no chance. He has. Even if you look at Kwale County voted for a UDA governor. But all the other, Raila won in Kwale. So it shows you, it depends on what the interests of the people are in that locality. Here in Nairobi, we chose Sakaja because people connected with him. People felt his struggle perhaps. People felt that Sakaja was more of their project, maybe not like the other person. So they felt that this is the way to go. However, what we are saying is, as young people, we need, young people are saying they need a driver. You need a driver, somebody who is going to drive this bus or this plane and ensure that we land. Or we need a miner, somebody who's going to, like there's an illustration where you see someone is he's digging for minerals and he's just left an inch to break where the minerals are and then he gives up. We need someone who will dig through and get the minerals to us. We need someone who is going to be honest. Like for example, look at the resources we have. This country has vast resources. We're talking about oil reserves. We're talking about gold reserves. We're talking about mineral reserves. Why are Kenyans still struggling? We want a person who's going to come and look at agriculture, not as a problem or a burden as it is today, but someone who will come up with solutions. And I'll repeat this again, you can see even the other side went around and did economic forums and listened to the Mwananchi. And this is where the connection is. Because when you give the Mwananchi an opportunity, like if you're in a Garissa, and the Garissa resident is telling you, even your tunataka, then you have likely chances of many people, even not just in Garissa, but even in other constituencies, believing and feeling that person who is asking the Mwananchi is more preferable than the other who relies on systems and everything.
Okay, so Githaiga, just to add on to that, looking at, for example, 24 years of age, has been elected as the woman rep. With what has been termed as a landslide. Out of 9 candidates, she emerged as the one that this residents, these women elected. Age notwithstanding. So what kind of leadership and representation can we expect from her? She's young, she's a woman, and she's in the political space.
I think there's always that voice. Even you, Jane, this morning, there's a voice that told you, be positive. You're going to the station, go and perform. Speak as you're speaking eloquently. That young girl listened to that inner voice. And this is where young people fail. They don't listen to their potential. They don't believe in their potential. And that young girl has actually proved to us that if you believe in yourself, if you believe in your idea, you can achieve it. And I'm sure she will stand by what she believes in, because she's crossed that line. It's now history, right? Before, people were like, how are you going to make it? She did make it.
And that's a first attempt.
Yes, and I'm sure by even me next time I'm going to run for election. I've seen this thing is possible. Maybe I thought I didn't have the resources, but I've seen people without resources making it.
Are you making your declaration of national television?
Yes, but I'm not announced where.
5 years to go.
In 5 years I'll
I want to join in.
Yes.
My brother Githaiga, very interesting debate actually. But look at Toto, she's 24. And let's be honest, when you come to Parliament, Githaiga, now that you have said you would like to, it's like when you come to become a lawyer. You know, you train very well through 4 or 5 years, and then you go to law school. Again, it becomes so difficult to complete. And then you come to the fraternity. Then you start to practice. You realize the dynamics are totally different. Unless people hold your hand, you will actually go into depression and go back home. So when Toto comes to Parliament, and this is why I was saying capacity building, informing Toto that now you're here. These are some of the insider challenges we have. There is, for example, we want to, why are we buying maize from Zambia? Why are we not, the area between Maimayu and Suswa, all that area is a free open land. Why can't all these areas here in Machakos and Northeastern, these are areas where you can plant certain foods. If not maize, you can do potatoes. Why is this happening? So these are the issues that members of parliament should be trained on. International trade operates in a certain way. If you say we want to do potatoes and we are buying them from Tanzania, Tanzania will raise issue with the international community, and they will say, hey, we've a pact that says you produce what you are best at, let us also exchange what you cannot, what we are best at. So these are some of the dynamics I think that people fail to understand, especially the youth. When you put youths down in Huruma, for example, and you've done that, and you train them, do you see, apart from saying we need a job and we're hungry, do you see whether they capture those other issues? My experience is many of them, yes, they may capture, but they are overtaken by their needs, their daily needs, and then they are not able to go beyond actually just expressing their needs. So when the likes of Toto come to Parliament, they need serious retraining, simply to understand first and foremost that, okay, your local people want this, but this is what we want as a nation, and this is what the international community demands of us. If she understands that correctly, I am very sure she will be one of the best representatives. But youth capacity building is low, plus they don't, I don't want to demean or say anything wrong, but I want to say that they need actually to have better information before they can help their local. So even these leaders who have been elected and they are young, they need a lot of coaching, a lot of, it's not just a question of I've come to Parliament, I'm here, so what is in Parliament today? No.
So you can say there's a sense of disinterest also among the youth when it comes to politics of the country, our leaders, and just elections as a whole.
Yeah, that's the thing. So that's the thing. The youth will come around and caucus and say we want Parliament. But as I said earlier, when you ask them, what do you expect from a good member of Parliament? It's not a question of somebody is having a nice watch, somebody can talk well to us, somebody can meet us every day. No, there are certain expectations which will change the economy of the local area and the people. You know, if you create a market, for example, within a certain place, then each individual can sell their farm produce within that locality. You have already changed the economy. If you create a marketing arm or organization for the local people, they have banana, they have sugarcane, they have mira, minji, whatever you call it. You create a marketing arm within the local area and you buy them, or you agree to buy, whether you use a CTF or you use whatever money, then you have the vehicle which will be carrying this produce and take it to Gikomba or any other place. You would have empowered these people. So I think that the youth and women and the locals generally needs to come up with a syllabus for the member of parliament and the member of parliament for the county assembly and the national assembly to ensure that these are the basic minimums you must do for our local people. That capacity should be encouraged by the state and every actor.
If I can jump in there as well, I just wanted to point out something that when you talk about capacity building, but we've always maneuvered together a WTO, UNCTAD, and all these international trade things that we've had in this country. But one question I always keep asking myself, what is a bilateral? It's an agreement, it's an MOU between two countries. Why is the current government, and this is a challenge to the Kenyan government, we have so many bilaterals with so many countries, and yet they are not made public. These are opportunities. Bilateral are business opportunities and business engagement opportunities. If the government would make this public, that would create employment for the youth. For example, right now, unfortunately for us in Kenya, President of America Biden just killed what Trump signed with Kenya when Trump was the president. But if that bilateral was made available, we also have, if you can remind me, the one that was there before with Obama and Clinton. There's a bilateral we had between America and with Africa as well. Kenya was one of the beneficiaries. But how many young people know of these opportunities? So therefore, we need a government that will come in and unlock these opportunities and make public these documents so that young people, not just the elite, are exporting flowers to these countries in the world. Even young people can borrow loans from banks, start small companies, greenhouses, and start importing fruits and other stuff that can go to these countries. So the reason why, Jane, we're not moving and the youth are not moving is because there is this keep us enslaved to keep us away from growth. And this is something not just in Kenya, it is something happening in Africa. All over Africa, my dear, my fellow panelists, you've seen Africans dying, trying to cross the Mediterranean, trying to cross the Atlantic, looking for greener pastures. Why? Because our leaders are enslaving us by not giving us the right information, by not educating us to where we need to be. And this is a response. We're not telling government to give us handouts. We're telling government, give us the information and provide a conducive, enabling environment. And the rest, leave it to us. We'll be able to manage that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I believe what you were referring to is AGOA.
AGOA.
Yes, that's the trade agreement between Kenya and America. I want to take you back, Wakili, to a question I was asking earlier in terms of holding leaders accountable. In 2015, Parliament amends the calling powers that you need 30% support of the constituency, file that petition with the High Court so that the High Court okays it, and place a 500,000 shillings with the IEBC if you're recalling your member of parliament. Does that sound easy for you, to enforce and recall your MP?
Again, that is a bottleneck for especially the youth and the lower income earners, but you see also to recall a member of parliament is a very serious thing. If you put it at 10,000, I mean every Tom, Dick and Harry will rush quickly, deposit 10,000 and just interfere with the operations of a constituency. So I think that strict standard in terms of 500,000, it matches the stature of the office, and the question of 30%, which translates into collecting signatures of that number, means that you really must show seriousness that the member of parliament has been rejected by a certain number of people. In fact, they would have said you have to look for 50%. But you see, 30% simply really means you are able to convince a certain number. If you have, for example, 50,000 registered voters, you will be looking for what? For like 15,000 signatures. It is not a mean feat to raise 15,000 signatures. You're not even, if you have not contested, like my brother Githaiga says, he now looks forward to.
Isn't it suspicious of the people who amend the recalling clause in the Constitution is the same member of parliament that we are supposed to recall?
Yeah, but you see, you can initiate a private motion, even you or me, to again amend that particular clause. But you see, it will depend, of course, on the members of parliament to agree to it. But you will be doing the lobbying. You have to convince them that we want standards raised in people representation. We need to raise. We need now to bring it down to 20%. But as I said, the objective is so that members of parliament are not simply interfered with. They ought to operate. If you look at the threshold for removing a judge from his position as a judge, the threshold is high. I mean, you've got to prove a crime or a wrong or a corruption matter, then still you have to take it to the Judicial Service Commission. Then the Judicial Service Commission again has to interrogate the issue and then has to forward to the president, and the president has to tribunal. Are you seeing the whole process? The intention is to ward off the busybodies and people who really probably are disgruntled with something else from removing a judge or removing a member of parliament or removing a person from office. That is the whole intention. So we shouldn't look at it as a block, as a challenge, as a blockade. We should look at it like it is a process you should follow, and the youth and young in this country should be willing to pull the whole hog in removing a member of parliament from office.
All right, let's talk about real facts.
Yes.
There was a public petition initiated by the residents of Kiambu to recall Governor Mutembei as woman rep.
Yes.
It actually went nowhere. There have been other public petitions that have tried to be initiated by the public to either impeach the governor or recall a member of parliament. There is none that has ever succeeded.
Yes.
Doesn't that mean then that the law is inhibiting, so much so that even when residents want to call to order their representative, a public petition has its own limits in the sense that it is defeated by the very same people that they want to hold to account?
Indeed, it's like a misnomer or contradiction, because the same people are going to always protect themselves. I mean, you've been told you're going to impeach you. Everybody knows I may be next. They cover for each other. And that's why when Jane asked me this question, I said we need to have lobby groups and interest groups. Let's start from there. Because once we form these lobby groups and interest groups, then you have a place to start from as an individual. So like if it's Governor Mutembei who wanted to be impeached, you would not go as an individual. You would go to this lobby group because they get funding, they have their own resources that can push an agenda. And remember, apart from the gallery in parliament, there's also the public gallery. And if you provide facts and evidence in the public gallery, and I know, like you said, it's a high call to go to court because you have to deposit 500,000. Let it be that way, because also you may find bad intentions where somebody wants to remove a member of parliament just because he's his opponent, because they want a by-election. Once you put that threshold that high, then it shows the seriousness of the petitioners. Because, for example, if you want to impeach someone, you can't do it on your own. And this is where now we have collectivity. You go to different forces or different lobby groups and fundraise first, right? Isn't it? Raise that money so that then you can be able to challenge this the right way. Yes.
All right. Look at it. Well, Victor, as I heard it to you, Wakili, there's quite an unhealthy relationship when we of governance and holding leaders to account. There's an unhealthy relationship between civil society organizations or community-based organizations and the leaders that lead us. So much so that if you go to these CBOs or CSOs for help, in one way or another, the same politician will be able to compromise them. And your motion is as dead as dodo, even before it gets to where it should.
Well, when Victor, when they talk about that compromising, let us look at what has happened in Embu and what happened in Kirinyaga and also what has happened in Nairobi recently in terms of impeaching governors. Why is it different? Impeachment of a governor includes or involves the local members of parliament in terms of the county assembly. These are the people who either convince their people or come forward and join hands and agree that we will use the available process to impeach a governor. So if you can impeach a governor, why is it so difficult to impeach a member of parliament or a member of the county assembly? In my view, these are uncharted areas. I think locals have not attempted to come together in at least 30%. They have not even to impeach any member of parliament. Let the locals try this where they feel that their services have not been done. And then when you talk about the relationship between civil societies and probably members of parliament and the locals, it's not a one event. It's not a one-off event. Civil societies are existing for certain objectives. They are funded by certain groups. So I cannot really say that a member of parliament will be able to buy a whole group like Transparency International or ELOG. If they wanted, ELOG will go ahead, seek funding, educate the youth and the women and all the masses in the locality, and ensure that they get the 30% support to remove a member of parliament. I could have discussed further if at least they have tried to do this and then it did not work. I have not seen anybody who is trying to recall the local MCA or local member of parliament, but at least in governance that has happened. So even if the relationship is not that good, I think that capacity building through these civil societies to the local people, and then the local people coming together and deciding we want to recall our MP or our MCA for lack of doing the work we sent him after 2 years or after 1 year or after 3 years. This needs to be seen so that we can put our leaders on toes.
All right. There's a free advice to the youth people and to the new members of county assembly, members of parliament, or even senators and governors who are coming on board to ensure that they deliver. All right. We have got Sarafina Robi already at the Bomas of Kenya to give us the first update of the day, or as far as that activity at the Bomas of Kenya is concerned. Sarafina Robi, good morning. Good to see you. Still a cold morning there, but it seems like so much is happening at the Bomas of Kenya. What should we expect?
Indeed, a very good morning, Victor and Curia from the Broadcasting House. We are coming to you live from Uchaguzi Hall here at the Bomas of Kenya, whereby with 1 day remaining from the 7 days ultimatum required by the Constitution, then we expect the remaining 28 constituencies to be verified and declared within within a few seconds, hours from now. And what I can describe is going on here at the Uchaguzi Hall is that at the center we are seeing empty seats without the IEBC officials. There was a table that looked a little bit busy, but a few minutes ago we saw them clapping, so maybe it was an indication that they had finished doing the verification process of the forms 34B that had been brought here by the presiding officers from different constituency tallying centers and county tallying centers. And now we expect the IEBC commissioners to arrive here any moment from now to get to tell us if the process has been completed, since at the center we are seeing very less, and also security, as we had reported earlier on, has been beefed up, and we are able to see a couple of police officers just manning the center to ensure that there is no fracas experience, as it had been reported in the 2 previous days, where we were able to see a couple of politicians from the 2 leading political parties involved in different allegations which were ironed out by the IEBC officials. Also, from what we were able to get from the latest update by the IEBC commissioners, we were able to see that they declared about 15 constituencies, some of which included some of which included Wajir West, Samburu East, South Mogirango, Lagdera, Githunguri, Turkana North, Ruaraka, Kajiado West, Starehe, Runyenjes, Madhare, Bahati, as well as Bahati. Now these are a total, if you add to what had been declared last night and as also as of yesterday, this comes to a total of 263 constituencies out of the expected 291, and with now what is remaining at 28 constituencies which we expect to be declared any moment from now, because from what we are seeing from the center is that there is very less activity, and it looks like they've already finished the verification process. So that's all we are waiting right now, so that we get to understand if that has been completed. And as we understand from the communication we had received is that after they're done, then what will be done is collation of Forms 34C, and thereafter an analysis will be done to determine whether the winner has been able to get to 50+1 and also 50+1%, and also at least half of the 24 constituencies. Back to you.
Serafina, do you have, because there was a screen up there showing numbers, can you probably update us on what the numbers are for each candidate this time?
In regards to knowing the total percentage of the different candidates, that's hard for us to tell because of what we're seeing on the screens here at the Uchaguzi Hall, just numbers from different constituencies that are being projected on the screens instead of the expected total percentage showing what each candidate has gotten. Previously, we were able to get from one of the screens, but what you can see from it are just pictures that are from this particular place where we are.
All right. Victor, do you have a question?
I think, Saravina, before I let you go, what are the indicators? Now you said that only 28 constituencies remaining. It means there's
Okay. Serafina, yesterday, particularly, we saw a number of politicians locked out of the Uchaguzi Hall. Does that situation remain? And have you been able to speak to any one of them for a response?
Well, from the situation that we saw yesterday, where a couple of politicians, especially from the Azimio la Umoja coalition, were able to be locked out at the entrance, was because of the regulations that were updated by the commissioners here, saying that the only people who are allowed inside the Bomas of Kenya and also inside the Tallying Center are IEBC officials, the agents, the media, so that to limit the fracas that has been experienced in the past few days. As of today, we've been able to spot just a few politicians. We've been able to see Esther Pesaris and a couple of Kenya Kwanza politicians in the auditorium who are here to observe. But at the center, we've not been able to spot any of the politicians as it had been previously.
You say particularly from Azimio, the ones who were locked out. Do you know why it was particularly from Azimio and not, a Kenya Kwanza?
That's what they were disputing yesterday, saying that their fellows from the Kenya Kwanza had been allowed in, but what we were able to find out is that the issue was on accreditation, which was after the 4-hour wait outside the gate. Thereafter, they were able to be given the accreditation. They were let in. We walked with them all the way to the Uchaguzi Hall, but when they got here, there was a lot of commotion at the entrance, and because of that, then the commissioners or the IEBC officials as well as the security officers locked the doors so as to prevent more commotion at the door, and therefore they were redirected to the VVIP room where they sat, and later on I think they were addressed because we're not able to see them inside the hall. But as the day progressed, we were able to see some of the politicians who were allowed in with the reason saying that they had come to observe the whole process.
You've given us an update here that only 28 constituencies remaining before the final tally. what are the indicators? Because it seems like now there is some good progress, and at the back there we can see a huge number of police officers at the auditorium. What do you say about that?
The security was beefed up on Friday evening, when we experienced the first fracas inside the auditorium, and the Commissioner Gulie and Majad say that if anyone wanted to access the main center, they had to be main agents of the political parties or IEBC officials, so that just to prevent any further fracas inside the main tallying center. And also the key chief agents of the two main political parties who are for we saw Ole Kanchori and Caroline Karogo for Azimio, and also Kithure Kindiki and Veronica Maina for Kenya Kwanza were able to spot them at the main tallying center here at Uchaguzi Hall, as well as a few of their agents were able to see Shole access the center of the tallying center, as well as a few other agents representing Azimio were allowed, but not all the politicians who are inside this auditorium, just to prevent. So they're just keeping order. Like on Friday night, anti-riot police officers had been deployed towards this particular place, but as of today, what you can see is that you're able to see administration police officers just manning this particular place, able to spot the anti-riot police officers. But if they'll be deployed, then we'll be able to tell our viewers, and also if anything emerges, I think they'll be able to control the situation.
Right.
Because as we were walking in at the entrance, security is very tight, because now we are required to have not only the main accreditation card given by the IEBC, but also the MCK card and also your national ID.
Okay, Sarafina, there's another question I asked you. You said there's only 28 constituencies remaining. Some hope at the end of the day?
We expect them to be announced any moment from now, because what you can see from the center, there's very less activity. And when we walked in, we were able to see activity in just one table. But as of now, a few minutes ago, before we started doing this live link, we saw them clapping. So maybe it was an indication that they had finished the process. And if I can see on what is going on in some of the tables at the center, there's actually no activity that's going on. The only table that finished. So we are just expecting the IEBC commissioners to come and announce the results.
Nairobi, thank you so much. Please stand by and have that Hawkeye. This Hawkeye, yes, Hawkeye. Have that Hawkeye for us there at the Bomas of Kenya, because Kenyans are waiting for that final result by Wafula Chebukati. Okay. Wakili, so far so good from the Bomas of Kenya, what we've heard from Sarafina Nairobi. There is a story here on the, just a quick one, on the Standard, quickly, in relation to what we've been discussing here, Kyoria, Gidaiga and Jen, a story about most MCAs in Nyanza sent parking as ODM records near clean sweep. Now, the most interesting bit here is, the number of MCAs voted out in Kisii County is 35. Out of total 45, only one of them is a woman. Just one is a woman. In Kisumu, there are 34 wards. And out of that, 34 ward seats won by ODM Kisumu. Out of 35, only 10 of the outgoing members of the assembly have survived the Voters Act. This is exactly what we talked about, not too long ago, the wrath of the voters. And I was just asking Wakili, why would the voter wait until the 5th of an electoral cycle to act? And yet we have the recall clauses in place that if you know that your MC is not working, if your member of parliament is not working, then the law is there for you. You only need to petition the relevant bodies and you're good to go. Wakili.
Yeah, this is something which, of course, I mentioned earlier, and I think it's misinformation. primarily people have not been capacitated to realize that they have the power. They can actually recall their MCA,
yes,
and get a chance to by-election and get somebody else picked for, elected to parliament. So once they can appreciate this through proper civic education, through proper public participation, I am very sure a lot of constituencies, a lot of wards, you will start seeing this kind of vibrancy, commotion, so that they put their leader on toes. So I ascribe these two. One, lack of proper information, no proper civic education, but there is also the other angle of people's sympathy. You know, most electorates, when they see that they have elected someone, they tend to let him work. You've seen in Kenya the concept of muachie kiti yake, let him have his seat until the 5 years.
Yeah.
But this is going, is hurting them. His seat, it's about public resources and how they are managed and how they are utilized for the local people. So I support a lot a recall clause, a recall action, where a person, a member of parliament or a local MC has failed to deliver. I am not saying they be mischievous and petty, but if a local leader fails to deliver within 2 years, I think they should exercise their right to the recall clause.
Githaiga, as you respond to that, I know Jen might not be so happy about this because in a county assembly there's only one woman. Only one.
Yes.
And yet we're talking about the 2000 rule and affirmative action. What do you think?
And in another county, we are seeing women being
from top
elected
to bottom.
in every level of governance. Githaiga?
I think that county has to have an introspection and figure out what's ailing them, because they're going to be left behind and they're disadvantaging their women. Because you can see, like in Central Region, very many women came in and they were voted in. So that shows you there's a lot of growth in terms of maturity of the politician. Those discriminations against women, that women can't lead, that should end. We should not have such. But I also want to add to the question that you asked, Wakili. I believe also the reason why they stay for all that time is because there are various forces playing around them. For example, my brother said right here, the cost of having someone recalled. It's a tiresome process. There's so many bottlenecks that you have to go through, and it's doomed to fail. One, because of the level of emotional intelligence. There will be another person in that constituency who is saying, huyu ni mkubwa wetu, wacha tu amalize, tutadili naye wakati election. And that's why you see 70% or 60% thereabout didn't come back, or they didn't win the elective seat, because the mwananchi, that's the only time they believe that vote will matter. But in this other period of 5 years, like I've said, there are many bottlenecks, and including what Wakili has said, capacitation. Many of them don't know where to start and how to undertake this. But moving forward, Wakili has given us civic education. For those viewers who are watching, stay put with your MP, with your governor, with your MCA, and if you see anything and you have the evidence, look for Wakili or myself. We'll help you out.
It's quite interesting that you brought up that aspect of bottlenecks, and especially looking at democracy in Kenya. And I'd like to shift a bit and just look at comeback politicians.
Yes.
And, some of them and the outgoing governors. As it stands, President Uhuru Kenyatta and 21 other governors are set to step down. And as far as limitations go, we know the office of the president has a definite term limit, as well as governors and women reps.
Yes.
10 years served in 2 consecutive terms. But we are also alive to the fact that we have some leaders that did serve and are back in different capacities. Some served as governors, other senators, other members of parliament. And we also know there are governors that are set to retire that are now contesting rather in different elective positions. Let me start with you, Wakili. Looking at this question of term limits in line with democracy and good governance in our country, should there be term limits for these other elective positions, such that after a certain number of term limits. Example, just 2 term limits, 10 years. You are required to step down and not contest in another elective position, because we have politicians who want to be permanently politicians.
Yeah, I think you're talking about, for example, Manda, who has been governor, now contested as a senator, and there are a few others. I think you need to understand the universal suffrage and democratic right of the people and their choice of leaders. If you look at a country like the United States, if you remember, if you look at Nancy Pelosi, who is a speaker, she's been there all the time.
Yeah.
If you look at the current president, he's been there all the time, being elected this, being elected that. I think there is no principle, proper constitutional principle, that would allow a country to put a cap on local representation of the people. I think that's what he informed, that you cannot say members of parliament can only go twice and members of the local assembly can go twice. But when it comes to the governors, you see, they are handling the national money, the treasury funding to the locals directly. And when you look at the senators, you know, they have that liberty also. So I tend to believe that the structure in the way we have it now is okay. The problem is performance. Because if you look at Uasin Gishu, and you see now Mandago is going to Senate, and he has supported Kotimoja to be the governor, it's more or less like Mandago will actually still be in control of the affairs of the county. That is where the problem might come in. But in terms of somebody contesting as a member of parliament and later comes in as a senator or as a governor, I think these are democratic rights that we should not at this stage try to curtail. The issue would be, are they performing? And as we said earlier, is there a clause saying you can recall a person if they are not performing? And clearly, yes. So I think people commotion, people movements, people coalescing together to come and ask their leader, you are not performing. You have been a member of parliament, now you are a governor, you know what should be done, but you are not doing it. Then go to the MCAs and tell them we need to impeach this person. This right is still available.
Let me cut you short, because the question asked by Jane is important in the sense of, for example, Jackson Mandago and Ali Roba, because they're the only governors who have succeeded to become senators. Some of the others who sought to represent their constituency failed. But the question is, in the coming year, Mandago is supposed to oversight Uasin Gishu County that he has led for 10 years. So will Ali Roba oversight the very county he has led for 10 years. Some of these questions on oversight, or if there are any audit queries, will be emanating from an administration he has led, and he's supposed to look at these things. Wakili.
Yes. If, by the way, if Ali Roba has the correct objectives, like we said, if Mandago has the correct objectives, people protection, a senator is supposed to protect the resources of the county, the resources that have been brought from the national government. He's supposed to oversight, he's supposed to check how is the, if they have the correct objective, I am very sure they will be the very, very correct people to ensure that the resources are not pilferaged. But in case, or suppose, such a senator is not interested in protecting the people but protecting his pocket and the pocket of the governor, then of course people will suffer. Because as a senator, former governor, he is fully aware on the Public Finance Act and on the practical ways money is withdrawn from the public accounts into either the pockets or into the pockets of the MCAs or his own pocket. So I think he's
There has an audit query of 5 billion shillings. Emanating from the financial year 2021-2022. Who is supposed to respond to the audit query?
That's a tricky question.
Yeah, of course.
Who's culpable?
Is it not the governor will be? Oh, I see. Thank you. I got it slower. Yes, of course, it will be the senator. But you see, the treasury and the government institutions would actually be putting to task the governor for that time. And that would be Mandago, for example, if it is from 2020 to 19, 20, and 21. He has to go and answer that question. That's not an issue. The issue would be, now that he is in the Senate, is he going to help the governor to actually pilferage or waste resources, or he is going to help the governor actually serve the people and protect the public money? All right, that's my point in terms of his capacity. But if he was a crook, and now he is trying to help this particular governor also to be a crook, here come in the DCI, come in the anti-corruption, but in terms of answering that audit query, he will have to answer it. It will not be the current governor to answer it.
Absolutely, and this is hypothetical, Gidaiga, as we take a break. This is hypothetical. If Uasin Gishu has an audit query emanating from the financial year 2021-2022, audit queries will always come to the Senate, because Senate is the one that oversights counting. And you have the governor under whose this audit query is raised as now the new senator of this county.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I'll start by going and I'll answer that question. They're career politicians. Right? This is a clear indication of leaders who do not want to let go of their political careers. They feel that they'll be in oblivion, they'll be outside there, they'll mean nothing. Recycle leaders as well, like we recycle them again and again and again. You know, you even you look at the age factor, you wonder, how is this guy going to manage? But anyway, kila mtu akona haki, like Wakili has said, and the constitution provides for that. However, going now to the issue that you've raised about the example of Uasin Gishu. First of all, I would like to bring to your awareness that there is various independent offices that have mandate to oversight apart from Senate. Okay? There is the Office of the Auditor General, number one, that audits all accounts from CDF, anywhere where there is government expenditure. Okay? So that is already provided in law. Secondly, there is people like control of budget. How is that money being spent? Where is it being spent? Okay? Thirdly, there is a senatorial committee on finance. This is an independent senatorial committee. And there is also DCI, EACC. All these are independent, right? Away from that. Then the last one I want to leave is this. If that senator has conflict of interest, I'm sure Akili can guide us. If he has a conflict of interest, he ask questions or queries of when he was there, that he will not be able to handle. I'm sure the law provides clearly that if you have conflict of interest, you have to step aside. And that's why we have the committee on finance that is above board, I want to believe.
What if the senator is in the finance committee?
Even if it's not hidden in under your pillow, it's in public domain.
So who do you summon this time?
What do you mean?
You have an audit query.
It's the same guy who will be summoned.
So you will have a senator sitting on that seat.
Exactly. And this
the
is
governor for
and this is the some of the mishaps of democracy that we have, which the constitution has provided. But if that challenge comes, I am sure the law will take care of itself.
All right. So we take a break now?
Oh yes,
Absolutely. We take a break. Need to come back.
before we face audit query.
cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here?
Hello? We've got to take some time off and laugh and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakajapa.
Wagwan Rasta! Kumbuka kila Monday ni Iris serving you nothing but the best in reggae music.
Maisha ni yangu, washugulika na yako.
And on Tuesday, it's all about Kenyan music, bringing you the best from the 2-5 flow.
Brand new whip, just housing.
And of course, to all you hip-hop heads, we've got you covered each and every Wednesday. Not forgetting, we've got some R&B on the side.
Now every Thursday tunavuka border across Africa to bring you nothing but the best for Afro Thursday.
Ready people up warning, someone's playing.
And on Friday we do it live with me, Emily Bai.
And me, DJ Koljax, on the ones and twos.
Not forgetting DJ_Lizadiva pale pia. Make sure you get interactive from 4:30 to 6 p.m. #KBC Klabwana.
Hamna amani tena, kwani kwa Laba na Hana kuna panda shuka si haba.
Mtoto wangu hataona psychiatrist yoyote.
Shut up!
Kelsey naye ni pilipili kali wa pili.
Sitaki kumwona kesi nyumbani kwangu. Period.
Jackie huyo anajaribu vyake kwa kati.
Nilikwambia nitakuharibu uso wako. Ndio unajua kwamba uhalifu ukufai.
Safari na Kahindi wanazo ngoma si haba.
Huyu Kahindi alisema tatila sumu kwenye chakula.
Yote hayani katika tamthilia ya Maza. Fululiza Jumanne hadi Alhamisi saa 1:30.
From time immemorial, sports has brought Kenyans together. Let's not make elections an exception. One Kenya is a winning team. I choose peace.
Welcome back to Kenya Decides on this very important day at exactly 9:25 or 25 minutes past 9. We continue coverage of the elections. Our eyes focused on Bomas. We could have that announcement today or maybe not. Chebukati is taking his sweet time. As he does his sweet time, we're heading over to Siaya. Simon Achola is on standby from Siaya County. Simon Achola, good to see you. Good morning. What is the mood like in Siaya this morning?
Well, fantastic, John Jacob Kuria. Indeed, the mood here in Bondo in Siaya County is that of wait and see. The locals here have started streaming out of their homes. They are now going back to normal business. Most of them are now starting to engage in their daily activities. Of course, when you walk around the town, you will actually meet a group, small groups of people. Of course, most of them on phone. having discussions of exactly what is happening there at Bomas. And of course, we know here in Bondo constituency of Siaya County, this is the home constituency of Raila Amolo Odinga. And no doubt they'll be waiting with bated breath of exactly what Wafula Chebukati will be announcing later, probably announcing later in the day or any time today. So they are actually joining the rest of Kenyans in terms of waiting what will actually be happening at Bomas of Kenya. But other than that, John Jacob Kuria, what I can report is that so far there's nothing untoward that actually been reported here in Bondo or even in Siaya County. What has been happening is that we have been asking that the process be hastened so that then we actually conclude this process, so then the country can actually get to know who exactly is going to be the next president of this country. Of course, your guess is as good as mine in terms of who exactly they would actually prefer in terms of becoming the next president of Republic of Kenya. However, the figures or whoever is actually going to unravel that mystery is none other than Wafula Chebukati, of course, in the course of the day, in line with what of course the 7 days that are actually given to him before he can actually announce the results. But also, John Jacob Kuba, I'll also tell you that before the announcement was actually the county made here in Siaya County, there were a number of preparations that actually been put in place. Of course, there were a number of information that was actually flying around social media on what exactly was happening in Bondo, what exactly was happening around Opoda Farm, which is the home of Raila Amolo Odinga. However, there are also other preparations that have actually been put in place. And if my colleague can actually just show behind me, you can see there's a podium that actually been set up. And of course, the podium is already strapped with ODM colors. What we had actually been informed at that point in time was that the senator of Siaya County, Senator-elect of Siaya County, Uhuru Odinga, and of course a host of other leaders in this county had actually set up the stage and said that once they have actually received elections or election results from Siaya County, they would actually retreat to this place and of course joined electorates from this place, and of course now start watching what exactly is happening in Bomas of Kenya. Of course that did not happen when they announced the result on 11th of August. What happened is that quickly the leading lights or leading politicians in this county actually flew to Nairobi so that then they can actually beef up or the team that is actually in Nairobi in terms of focusing on what was happening at Bomas of Kenya. So that has remained empty, as you can see it, with a few locals coming in here and there, sitting there, of course, waiting. You can actually see the white screen just right behind me is where, of course, they were supposed to be beaming election results as they come straight from Bomas. However, whatever happened or the uncertainty that actually engulfed the entire process meant that they actually rushed to Nairobi, and they have been in Nairobi ever since, with little activities happening here in Bondo, and more specifically, of course, in Bondo, and of course at large in Siaya County. But as I've said, my colleague will just try and pan around so then we get to see what is happening. You will see a number of businesses have actually opened. A few days ago, that was not the case, but most of the businesses have now actually opened. You can actually see Kenyans actually going about their businesses. You can actually see a number of them, of course, sitting in small numbers, small groups, of course, discussing exactly what is happening in Bomas. Of course, most of them highly waiting, anticipating what is actually happening in Bomas of Kenya. Of course, if you have managed to download the 34B forms on the portal, you might be having a clue of exactly what will be happening later in the day. But of course, what we can do is to wait and wait, and of course await for the official communication from Wafula Chebukati and of course IBC as stipulated in the law. Just in case probably for those that probably would want to know what exactly happened here in Siaya, I can actually just run through the figures for you. In game constituency, starting from the MP's position, in game constituency, Elisha Odhiambo of ODM is the one who actually clinched that seat, and he managed 48,456. In Raila constituency, Paul Otiende Amolo of ODM also retained his seat, managing 37,676. In Ugenya constituency, of course, this has been a slippery ground for ODM in the last couple of elections, and MDG's David Ochieng pipped Daniel Odhiambo of ODM by managing 25,520 against, of course, ODM's Daniel Odhiambo, who managed 22,828. In Alego Senga, the incumbent Samuel Atandi retained his seat by managing 69,126 votes. This Alego Senga is the largest constituency in Siaya County in terms of registered number of voters. Of course, the voters here in upwards of 100,000. And of course, now in Bondo constituency, ODM's Gideon Ochanda managing 69,574. And of course, in Ugunja, Opio Wandaye also retaining his seat on ODM ticket, and he managed 32,359. The women representative seat went to Ombaka, Dr. Ombaka, while of course the senator's seat went to Oburu Odinga, the elder brother to Raila Omolo Odinga. But here in Siaya County, he is known as total orphan youth representative. That is Oburu Odinga for you. Back to you, John Jacob Kiri.
Actually, before I let you go, you are in Bondo. Have you been able to, come anywhere close towards Oponda farm and probably tell us how things are looking there?
Yeah, we were there very early in the morning today, and what is actually happening there is that there are a number of locals who actually in the home already, but also as it has always been the case, the home is closely guarded. There is enhanced security around that place. We are just waiting to actually get to see exactly what is happening. Of course, locals have been streaming at that place, and of course the neighbors are also waiting to see what exactly will be happening there. But as has been the case, the home remains closely guarded by security personnel from the government, of course, and we are waiting as any other person from this county and this constituency specifically to get to know what exactly will be happening in Nairobi, and of course that will of course advise what will be happening in Bondo constituency, Opoda farm, and of course also in Siaya County in general, and this region. Remember, this region is actually predominantly an ODM stronghold, so no doubt whatever happens in Nairobi will have an effect in what or how, of course, the mood will be in the entire region.
Are you comfortable to speak to the people behind you? Probably two of them or three of them?
Yeah, we are actually comfortable to speak to them, but we'll try as much as we can so that then we can actually regulate what exactly they will be discussing. Habari gani kiongozi?
Mzuri sana.
Naomba niambie jina lako na kisha baadaye unieleze matumaini yako, lakini tafadhali tunaomba kusikue na matusi ama kutabiri mambo ambayo IBC bado haijasema.
Kwa majina naitwa Enoch Otieno Lango, ninatoka hapa sub-county ya Siaya Bondo. Tumaini yetu tunaomba ile kitu iko juu pale, watuambie kuna nini inaendelea, hata kama ni watuambie tuanze mapema, tujiandae tuone kina nini inaendelea tena, lakini hatuna matusi. Tumaini yetu Raila Odinga aseme yeye kuongozi ama ni mwingine, tuone hata kama ni Raila, tuone kama tunjatari, kama ni Raila tuone kama Raila, tuendelee Raila hiyo ndio tunangoja mtu wangu.
Tunangoja vizuri sana. Uchaguzi inakuanga kupoteza na kushinda. Tukishinda, mkishinda sasa, nataka unieleze pengine in terms of celebration, kusherekea, mmepanga nini kama wakazi wa eneo hili?
Kama tumeshinda, tumejitayarisha kwa kusherekea, tuko tayari.
Mtasherekea vipi?
Tutachenja ng'ombe, kila kitu, mangome, manguruwe, hiyo tutachinja yote, hiyo makuku yote tutachinja. Tukipata ya mtu hapa hivi tushatiandaa, tutachinja yote, ama mbata hiyo, kuku, kila kitu.
Mnapanga kupiga sherehe siku ngapi?
Hata siku kama continuous, itakuwa continuous.
This mnasema inaweza kuwa continuous karibu mwezi mmoja. Hebu tuzungumze na mwingine. Tuzungumze na wewe. Sasa nataka unieleze kwanza unaitwa nani? Alafu swala ambalo nitakuuliza ni kwamba tumeona swala ambalo limefurahisha wengi sana ni kwamba mmekuwa na amani sana katika eneo hili wakati tumekuwa tukingojea uchaguzi. Pengine tu kwa vijana wenzako na wenzetu wakati huu ambao tunangojea matokeo, naomba wahimize tuendelee kuwa na hii amani.
Kwa majina, mimi naitwa Steven Odiamposeka. Ningependa kuhimiza vijana wenzangu tukue na amani venye tumekuwa naye awali tangu tupige kura tarehe 9 mwezi huu wa 8. Ningependa tu tutulie mpaka nini itangazwe.
Swali lingine ambalo pia tumeona ni kwamba watu wameanza kujitokeza kuanza kufanya biashara. Siku kadhaa zilizopita tulikuwa tunaona kwamba maduka mengi yalikuwa yamefunga. Watu walikuwa wanaketi tu wajui kwa sababu ile hali ya kutojua sana. Pengine wanabiashara wazidi kujitokeza sasa kazi iendelee.
Ningependa kusema tu kama ni wahimiza watu wa IBC watangaze hii nini ili tuendelee na biashara. Unajua hapo walikuanzia tarehe 9 hakuna biashara inaendelea. Sasa hii bado watu wako standard. Kuna wenye maybe walikuwa wanatoka pande zingine kama tuseme Rift Valley, wenye walikuwa hapa walienda. Sasa ni kama hao pia walikuwa na impact kwa biashara ya hapa Bondo. Sasa hizi unaona hapa hakuna biashara inaendelea sana.
Kidogo vitu vimekwama. Tunaona mlikuwa mmepanga hapo vizuri sana kupiga sherehe, na ilikuwa kwamba tutaangalia matokeo yakitokeza pale ama nini, lakini haijaenda bado, hatujui shughuli iko namna gani. Wewe unafikiri iko kiwanja kitatosha watu wakati watu wanaanza kupiga sherehe, wapo watakuwa wanapiga sherehe?
Unajua hii kiwanja hata kama haitatosha, lakini si tutakuwa na sehemu nyingi za sherehe. Maybe wengine wanaweza waenda huko Poda, kuna kiwanja kingine huko Township kwa Jaramogi pia. Sasa inalingana na idadi ya watu, japokuwa tunatarajia watu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali kama Sembo, Siaya, huko town na Lego watakuja hapa Bondo. Sasa si venue inaweza lingana na venye tutakuwa ama watu watafika hapa Bondo.
Shukran sana. Bila shaka John Jacob Kuria, of course those are sentiments of locals here in Bondo constituency, of course giving their expectations and of course spelling what they anticipate from Bomas, but more importantly also calling on the locals and of course the youth as a whole from this particular region and across the country to maintain peace, even as they await IEBC to actually announce this particular poll. But more importantly also they are calling on businessmen to actually start coming out and start engaging in their normal income generating activities, because they say things have actually ground to a halt, which of course is affecting the economy of this region and of course the country. Of course the challenge going to IEBC to ensure that they actually hasten the process and ensure they finally announce who is the president-elect of this republic. Back to you, John Jacob Kuria.
No. I think Achola has done his bit, and yeah, the mood out there that replicates what actually is happening across the country. People voted last week. Today is Monday, and they're waiting to see what is happening. That's a comprehensive coverage of what is happening in Siaya with Simon Achola. Kuria, perhaps what you can read from Achola and even the residents of Siaya County, there is some sense of si Chebukati atangaze tu hii kitu.
Well, of course there is, first of all, something interesting I get from the gentleman that Chola speaks to. There will be no cows remaining in Bondo.
Even chicken.
No.
Atta butter.
If Baba is declared winner, because you've heard they want to do a continuous celebration, quite an interesting one. But indeed, we're at that point. Sasa, tangaza hii kitu.
And you see, we've been having a conversation here with Wakili. As media, we've done our bit all the way from last week, even before the election. We've been doing wall-to-wall coverage, informing the public what is happening at the Bomas, but we can only do so much. But to some extent, Wakili and Githaiga, you can chip in. There is a missing link between the IEBC and the citizens in terms of communication flow. So as the media, we are left to be the mouthpiece. But to see, it only becomes sweeter when it comes from the regional source.
Yeah, because what are you mouthpiecing? I mean, you do not have results being reflected even on the IBC portal, neither on your own screen. So I think we commend the media for trying their level best to actually maintain peace and tranquility in the country by at least trying to, bring us here to speak, and a few people here and there, Bondo, Bomas of Kenya and all that. But Chebukati and his IBC this year, in the beginning, came out as extremely transparent people. But towards the end, I think they vanished into some darkness. Because what Kenyans want to know is simply, okay, you're saying we have done 241 constituencies. We are remaining with 2830 constituencies to go. So what they are asking you is, now, of the 241, give us the tallies. Who is having 5 million? Who is having 5.1? Who is having 6 million? Who is having 6.2? This is, I think, the level of transparency we see Kenyans now are demanding. And that is not forthcoming, Victor. So what you are going to do, you will imagine that now Chebukati has gone into the back room to collect results. And you are telling Kenyans like that, and that is honest of you, because that's what you have. So in my view, the transparency that was initiated by Chebukati should continue. And by now, Kenyans would not be so anxious. In fact, it should be like, okay, we are having 28 remaining. Kenyans, give me up to 5 p.m. I will see whether I would have obtained everything, and I probably will announce this thing by 5 p.m. If it goes on, then I might do tomorrow at 8 in the morning or 9. That kind of estimation is what is expected from the IEBC.
But also, Wakili, just before Githaiga, you jump in, is there an upside to IEBC not making these numbers as public, just as you're saying, to just tell the viewers, this far we have this millions for this candidate and these millions for the other candidate? Is there an upside?
Well, there is always an advantage, positive and negative to everything. It's probably keeping some level of tranquility, but when Kenyans are asking themselves, and the social media is not behaving like Chebukati or main media houses like this one, it still leaves it negative in the overall, because Kenyans feel like, oh, how? So a little bit of estimation in my view, I don't know what my colleague thinks, a little bit of estimation that Kenyans, this thing has been very complicated, give me up to 5 p.m., I will give you results. Another thing Chebukati can do, he can come and say, because of tension, Kenyans, let's partner. I am not going to give you the figures, and I am not hiding anything, but give me up to 5 p.m. I think that level of transparency and that level of statement, that type of statement would actually, cool down the emotions of Kenyans.
Yes.
Pros and cons.
Yes, starting from that point of the media is doing quite a good job, I believe, and that's its mandate. It's there to inform the citizens, and it's mandated. It's.
Let me cut a short, before you continue.
Sure.
You see the pictures now on your screen?
Yes.
The tables have been removed. The kind of setting that you were seeing there about agents and verification, that is a confirmation. The closest confirmation just that we are done in the afternoon. Probably we'll have a president-elect. But you can continue making
it. Yes, maybe even 11 o'clock by 11. Because I saw that trending yesterday by 11 a.m. Both sides were saying they'll be announced the winner. So going back to what I was saying is that the media has actually played a very positive role. They have not really announced the winner, but they have kept us informed. Whether it's not tallying together with what, okay? But I want to also state that IEBC is mandated under the law to be the one who gives the results, right? And they have done an excellent job. Why am I saying this? Looking at past experiences. Remember Kevuito? If you remember watching him on TV in KICC, he was asking, watu wako almost hapa to 1 hour away. Now 12 hours are over. I hope I had a chopper, I could go there and get the results myself. But we moved away from that. We are now digital, thanks to IBC. And the other thing also, password. We remember the late Mosando. He lost his life. Apparently they even cut his finger, and I really apologize to the family for mentioning that. I'm sure it's very hard to replace somebody. But that has also been taken care of by the public portal. So like what Chebukati said yesterday, and I don't want to quote him verbatim, but he said something to this extent, that the results are in the portal. Don't give yourself too much stress. Just have a single calculator and go and calculate for yourself. I've seen various friends of mine and very reputable people doing that on Facebook, and the numbers are being tallied. So therefore, it is important that we wait for IBC to announce. But if they can announce even now, as you've said, they're clearing the way, this will be the best thing, so that we can know who has won and who has lost. And if there is people who are objecting the loss, they can go to the Supreme Court. But what I'm appealing to the youth from both divides, because most of the times it is the young people who go to the streets, it is the young people who take revolt, it is the young people who are misused by this political class. I'm requesting them, stay home, whether you're a loser or a winner. And also, even if you're a winner, don't forget, maybe even in your own household, your brother voted for the other person or your sister. So are you going to take a panga and kill your brother? I'm sure not. So don't do to others as you not like them to do unto you. Thank you.
All right. Victor? All right. So a clear indication, as you can see on your screen there, total arrangement at the Bomas of Kenya. Earlier on, Sarafina Robi alluded to such kind of arrangements. We can see even the groundsmen are now taking, actually rearranging that hall. So there could be some light at the end of the tunnel. We are waiting to see at what point the white smoke will be witnessed at the other side of the chimney. All right? But for now, let's just wait and see what will happen. All right, so gentlemen, there is this bit of the petitions, and we cannot actually say that this election is going to go without any court petitions flying around. We've seen, or we've had, for example, Governor Lee Kinyanjui saying that he's heading to court, and others as well. I would like to get from you, Wakili, what do you think are the kind of evidence that is being collected right now, or which were collected at the Bomas of Kenya, that would form some strong case to be taken to the courts?
Yeah, you see, the kind of evidence that we can comment about right now is the one relating to the president, because that is the one transparent to us. But member of parliament, MCA, and governors was done at the county level and the constituency level.
Yes.
And going per the rules and restrictions put in place by the IEBC, lawyers should actually have a little bit of easy time, and the courts should also have a little bit of bearable time in terms of collecting because all you need to do is to download these forms and be sure they are certified to be forms downloaded from the IEBC web portal. So these documents are available. The testimony needed, of course, like we know for the courts, will be identifying the local return, we call the agents, then the local poll clerks, then the returning officer for that polling station. Then we come to the constituency level. Again, you look at the entries by the returning officer. These are the documents you will put together, and then you look at any anomalies that may have happened during voting. If you're saying your polling clerks were chased from the room, you need that level of evidence to show that it is true Mr. XYZ was in the room, but he was chased away. It is upon that polling clerk to say the name of the person who chased me away is so and so. These are some of the intricacies that actually make a case to go, the wrong way, because when you go and say IEBC officers chased me away, or you say the security people chased me away, you see, it is not upon the court to identify that security officer.
Yes.
Or to identify the polling clerk, the IBC officer. It is you, the petitioner, to bring all these documents. As I said, those are issues to be really canvassed in court and probably looked at the local level. But in terms of the presidential documents, the ones we see in the portal are comprehensive once they are confirmed by the IEBC that these documents are their documents.
Yeah. Githaiga, what do you think? Because as it stands right now, it was, the whole system was foolproof from outside.
Yes.
But of course, we cannot miss a case or two out there. What do you think are some of the cases that the legal minds are now putting together? Because, so to speak, some legal action is imminent.
Yes. Thank you very much. There are 200 attempts for hacking, according to IEBC, and none of them managed to get through. And you can rightly see because of the consistency of these results. But when it goes to, say, the MCA, County Assembly, Member of Parliament, Senate, Governor, they probably are going to be question marks here and there. But the law does provide that in cases of where somebody feels aggrieved by the result, there are remedies, like Wakili has said, established under the law, so that that person can then take a petition to a high court and prescribe what they want to and provide the evidence. So it is not for IEBC to find you the evidence. It is for you. And this is why we have people called agents. Most of these politicians undermine these agents, and even some of them have not been paid until today, because they are there to ensure that they secure your vote. For example, if there's been some malpractice, there is something called a checklist provided by the IEBC, that before you sign that document or that form 39, 34, whatever form it is, there is a checklist that every agent is supposed to sign. And this is like an OB, whereby it asks you a question like, was the station opened on time? How was the IEBC staff? Were there issues with counting? So once that is laid down there, that is the evidence that you can then take forward and provide in a court of law, including pictures, videos, and whatever else that you have. But failure to do that, and you go to court without evidence, I am sorry to say, Wakil, you can support me in this. It will be thrown out.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is why you see, even with the presidential case, right now I'm sure both sides are building up the evidence.
Yes.
Because one or another, there's going to be a winner.
There's going to be a petition, obviously. But Wakili, obviously, as you come into the same, and when you talk about evidence, it appears like this time then evidence will be readily available, because the imprint of every voter and the number of voters who voted is readily available in the KIMS kit.
That is true. You need this, what we call collaboration of evidence, meaning even if you can download the forms, that's not the only thing the courts want to look at. The courts will be looking at any other evidence to support your case apart from these forms you have brought in, and that's why I talked about the polling clerks, your agents, and any other evidence showing that indeed there was either malpractice at the station level or at the constituency tallying center. All these things have to go hand in hand. But here is the trick. For example, for presidential petition filing, you need 7 days. Now, it looks very simple that I will download these forms, hundreds and hundreds of them, in 4 how many? In 46,000 plus.
46,229.
Exactly. It is tricky, very tricky for lawyers. That's why you'll see lawyers hiring temporary, data entry clerks to try and bring all those documents, bind them together in good sequence, and then collaborate them with the other set of evidence so that the courts must receive that within 7 days. That is where, you remember in 2013, the Raila Odinga's petition was thrown out partly because he was blocked from presenting certain documents. So the timelines are very, very tight. If you talk about these others, yes, they should be, cases should be heard within 6 months. That's a little bit bearable. You can make first mistake and go back and correct and bring the correct documents. But for presidential elections, you've got to be perfect, and anybody who is hoping to go to challenge this outcome by now has a petition, by now has downloaded enough documents. He will simply wait to annotate them and present them.
And if I may jump in for a minute.
Yes.
I like what Chebukati mentioned, and he said that whatever they receive, right, within the system, be it a clean one or one with error, what they can only do, it is not for Chebukati to go out there and say that so and so there was an error. He notes that down and files
the report later.
And then when you as an individual go to court, Supreme Court, and provide the evidence, the Supreme Court will demand to know, did IEBC flag down this error? And if IEBC flagged it down, then they are safe. Because it's not their work to nullify or accept. Their work is to announce who has won according to what they have tallied. Yes. So if you have any dispute, you go to court. Yeah.
Looking at the picture on your screen, that auditorium is about to fill up. Quite a number of people continue streaming in there. Of course, when you link up with Sarafina, she will tell us who those people are, because it could be the people who are on the floor again verifying that have filled up those seats. Once we link up with her, we'll talk about it. Wakili, you were talking about timelines, a very important subject. It was raised by Supreme Court judges in the last petition of 2017. Yet within these 5 years, we didn't even find time to think about it, so much so that the judges have ample time to look at a petition. Looking at 2017, when Chiloba came in with a lorry full of documents, and the judges have only probably even 7 days to just go through it, is it a thing we should actually start now thinking seriously about the timelines of a presidential petition?
Yes, I mentioned this actually earlier elsewhere, that the 7 days period for filing the petition is okay. I mean, you have 7 days, you can get your evidence together and go to the judges. But for judges to decide this within the 40-day period is quite complicated, because it entirely depends on what kind of evidence that has been brought to them. But at the same time, consider this, that it's not just the judges who are going to look at 2,000-page document. They have researchers behind them, registrars, and they can also hire, or rather pull in, other staff from other departments to ensure that what they are looking for is ABC, and the same is probably properly marked for them to see. But I think it is true that going forward, reviewing the timelines might be important.
And also going back to the timelines and also the agitation of this announcement, the fact that we have a public portal and it provides this information to the public, I think that is one of the remedies that the Supreme Court had provided for. Because you remember the server question.
Yes.
Where is the server? Was there a server? What was the outcome of the server? So all these things are curtailed down, because even if the Supreme Court wants to access this document, it will come with a track. They themselves will be able to find it in the portal. So it actually comes with a remedy to reduce the number of days and the timelines, so that we stick to those timelines. Yes.
Well, less or little activity at the floor. Sarafina Ruby is informing me the security is quite tight now, because the floor is empty. And obviously, the diplomats area, where characteristically there have not been a lot of presence, there's a lot of presence now at the diplomats area, and probably with the arrangement of security, tells you things continue to heat up. And that's the Bomas of Kenya. Wakili, obviously, as we talk about the outcome, which is yet to be revealed by the IEBC, and we expect that, you cannot ignore the role of kingmakers in this election. And, people who've been able to deliver to the different presidential candidates, because we have some results from about 240 constituencies. Regional kingpins, who stood out for you?
I think that's a heavy political question, though I can attempt to answer it. In terms of central Kenya, we see now that the deputy president, Gachagua, came out very strongly as a mobilizer for central Kenya, and has actually managed to give Uhuru Kenyatta a run for his money at this rate. And if you talk about other regions like the Nyanza region, for example, you see that the likes of James Orengo, Anyang' Nyong'o still stand out. But you come to the upper area of Kisii, you see that Fred Matiang'i from the Kisii region has come out strongly as the people's representative. These areas of Nakuru and all that, you see the new emerging kind of kingmakers like Susan Kehika. I think that's how I look at it. But there are many more, especially in the Rift Valley, who have also come up to show that they can determine. When you look at William Ruto in Rift Valley, I mean, what he has done to Gideon Moi definitely is making him appear to be top among equals.
I think, yes, for me, Gachagua in Central, I mean, what a blow. What a blow. Because that issue of kingpin, actually, I think the Nation newspaper has covered it. And it says something to this extent that Uhuru has been shown who is a kingpin of Mount Kenya. And it's actually the people, and this is how power plays, Never underestimate your opponent. I think that's the 48 laws of power.
President Uhuru.
No, he said even yesterday. But then, being an Azimio chairperson, you are in the contest because you've chosen that side. So I think Gachagua there, he really flipped the coin, and 90% of Mount Kenya voted for Ruto. The other person who I want to give a cloud to is Musyoka. Really. That man, Musyoka has really done his best. I mean, they underestimated him. Once again, never underestimate somebody, because when they chose Mother Karua, and no offense to Mother Karua, when you look at the votes, even in Mother Karua's own backyard, Ruto won. So, I think there was a miscalculation in Azimio. Sorry to tell them. There was a major miscalculation by putting maybe, and no discrimination to women deserve those seats, but running with the woman seat and saying that because she's a woman, therefore she should be elected, and yet 3 months down the line she was opposing BBI, she was fighting Raila, she was fighting Uhuru. I think that was a misconception. If they had chosen Musyoka, they would be in a better position.
What do you mean in a better position? You're calling this election?
No, I'm not saying that. The other person I want to point out and highly recommend is none other than Weta. Wetangula in Bungoma, indeed, he did his game. He is really a kingpin of the West. Even though Musalia Mudavadi, there's always been a challenge because Raila Odinga has a firm support in Vihiga and Kakamega counties. But Weta tilted it, because if Ruto did not get Bungoma, then he would have been in a lot of trouble.
All right.
And
you will finish up on the regional kingpins after I am done with Kisumu. But of course, if you looked at the floor of Bomas, there was a security formation forming there. And that also was quite interesting. But in Kisumu is Wycliffe Okech. Wycliffe, looking behind you, Kisumu is busy and people going about their duties. Wycliffe?
very good morning to you, John. Well, thank you so much, John Jacob Kioria and Victor alongside Jed back in the studio. We are actually, I'm coming to you live from the lakeside city of Kisumu, right where I am here. As you can see behind me, this is the famous Kondele roundabout. This the famous Kondele flyover, and like you can see from, in the background here, it looks like normalcy has resumed here in Kisumu, rather. To remember, this is the 6th day after voting exercise, and the wait has been quite long for all Kenyans, actually, as they wait for the electoral body, the IEBC, to make known the 5th president who will take the reins of power from the departing president, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, and that way it can't be any longer. It can't be more longer for the residents of Kisumu here. You do remember that Kisumu County is one of the 4 Luo Nyanza counties that are collectively regarded as the political backyard, or rather political development of Raila Odinga, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party presidential candidate, and that means the residents here are anticipating with bated breath for the electoral body actually to make known the 5th president, and they're quite expectant. They are highly expecting probably that their son here could be announced as the winner for the presidential seat, maybe today or tomorrow. You know, the IEBC has until tomorrow to make that quite important announcement. Like I've mentioned, from what you can see behind me here, the vehicles, it looks like normalcy is resuming here. If my colleague behind the camera can basically show you the vehicles that are parked around this area, that those vehicles that are used to transport sand, some that transport timber here and other building materials. Actually, this is the area that such vehicles are protracted. If you really want to get maybe vehicle to transport some of your maybe merchandise, this is the area to come to. There is a very big difference between today and the first 2 days after the elections. There is a vehicle that is just passing behind me. That is another clear indication that probably normalcy is resuming. Like I've mentioned, there is a big difference between today being the 6th day after polling and the very first 2 days after the polling. Polling was done on Tuesday last week, of course, and from Tuesday, actually the tallying has been going on both at the constituency level, at the national level, and within those 2 first days, the streets of Kisumu were literally deserted. Shops closed, people quite literally staying indoors, and that is just an indication of the anxiety that rocked the residents of Kisumu following the polling, and they've been anxious, of course, after the polling, just trying to predict, or rather wait with bated breath as to for that kind of announcement here. Before I came here, actually, we've been doing round visits to the strategic places within Kisumu. Right now we are at Kondele. On our way here, we passed through the CBD. We've gone to Nyamasaria. We've gone to Nalenda. Those are some of the strategic, the known places here in Kisumu. And what I've observed, that people are getting back to their normal businesses. You know, even as we wait, people really have to eat. People really have to make that income. People really have to build the country. And that kind of weight maybe is not deterring them from going by their normal businesses. And I have spoken to a number of residents from this region, and maybe asking them questions regarding the weight, the expectations, and what really they expect from the announcement that we expect maybe today or tomorrow. And there are 2 messages that are coming out clearly from their statements. One is the peaceful coexistence that they actually want to experience in this region, and 2 is the expectations is obviously they expect maybe Raila Odinga to carry the day insofar the announcement is concerned. But nonetheless, the number of residents I've spoken with are telling me that even when the Raila is not announced, they're ready to welcome any the outcome that will be determined by the IEBC, which is the body mandated to make the official announcement with regarding the 5th president of Kenya. And basically, it is normalcy resuming in Kisumu. The deserted street that we witnessed the very first 2 days after polling, it's no longer the same. Right now, people are going on by their businesses as usual. Shops are opened. Actually, like I was told, we passed by the CBD, and shops are opened as usual. People going about their businesses. And something that I can't really forget mentioning, that I will keep on mentioning, John Jacob Kioria and Victor Law, is the security situation in Kisumu. Like you know, that Kisumu is one of the counties that were flagged by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission as the potential hotspot, especially during this electioneering period, and have been in constant communication with the security operators in Kisumu County. Have been talking with the regional commissioner, that is Magu Mutindika, on phone quite regularly. And this morning I made a calls to the OCPDs of various sub counties here in the constituencies constituting the Kisumu County, especially the border constituencies of Nyakach, Nyando, and Muhoroni, and they're telling me that security is under control. They are communicating with their colleagues in the neighboring counties, and they're assuring us that the security issue is under control, and that the residents of Kisumu and even the Kenyans at large should not worry about anything. Well, JJ, Olo, and Jen, until the presidential result is announced, we know we will be making rounds, speaking to residents, monitoring the situation as it is, and our viewers can trust us for progressive updates as the new developments emerge. For now, let me just hand it back to you so that you can continue with that important discussion you're having right there. JJ.
Fantastic report there, Wycliffe Okech from Kisumu, telling us about the situation in Kisumu, and of course he's our standby guy when if the results are declared today, and even if tomorrow. Wycliffe Okech is on standby in Kisumu. So is that is Timothy Kipnusu in Uasin Gishu. We also have Simon Achola in Siaya, Anburu in Mombasa, Gishoki Washira in Nyeri, as well as Gladys Mungai in Kirinyaga, and several other places where we are obviously will be looking at the reactions of this entire process. Back to you, Victor.
Right, I don't know what Jen has. So far so good in Kisumu, Jen.
Kisumu is looking good, and we do hope that's the situation to even the other parts that we haven't been able to cover yet. But as and when we get in touch with our reporters, we will be sure to bring you that 360-degree coverage that we have promised you throughout this electioneering period. But coming back to you, Githaga, and that question of kingpins, as you continue with the candidates you were mentioning, are kingpins, and regional kingpins for that matter, are they necessary looking at Kenya's political way of doing things, and if so, why?
You remember Shaka Zulu? Africa has always had kings.
Yes.
You know, we are great people. I mean, we've always believed in enshrining our power in an individual, and that has always been the case, and I don't believe we are going to change anytime soon. However, I want to talk about TAC, what kingmakers do. And not just kingmakers, even the king being made. Like, for example, I'll give an example with William Ruto. One is to have tight control. William Ruto had tight control on his people. You know, nobody came and suggested for William Ruto, let me bring for you certain people and add them to your team. Unlike the other side, you know. Then you take an intelligent selection of your partners. Every partner that you bring on board has to bring that value, and it has to be evident. You cannot just put somebody just because they are woman rep maybe in Muranga and believe that they can draw the vote for Mount Kenya for that reason. The other thing is strategic positioning. These kingmakers have to be strategically positioned. I remember, like Gashago, like I mentioned about him, all over social media, people used to make fun of him. I've seen emojis of him looking like a goat, and it's very sad. Trying to bring him down as a non-intelligent human being. But you watched the debate and you saw how he managed it. And even the polls after the debate proved to you that that was a different person. Then the appeal. For example, the bottom up. When you talk about to the Raila on the ground, especially like in Mount Kenya, these people have felt that the current government in the last 5 years has kind of brought down their businesses. When you look at Nyamakema and other places, they believe that this government has not protected their interest. And therefore, the appeal and the messaging that Ruto came with and his kingmakers, they kept on hammering it. Not promises, but actually showing you where the problem is. And you can see the conversion rate, you know, with the Mwananchi, whereby they chose from yani suti, you know, like yellow all the way down. Even people you never thought would win won. Then the other thing is, the people will always relate with the person who is struggling with the state. I repeat, the person struggling with the state. You know, like someone who has...
Hold on a minute. Because if I allow you to go that route...
Okay, I will go that route.
If I allow you to go that route, you're simply trying to preempt a declaration that is yet to be made by IEBC. We don't know who the winner is, so refrain from that debate.
Okay. But Githaiga, even though you say that, I mean, people have been identifying with people who are against the state in the case of Raila Odinga. So when you're making that comment, we need to know whether, so the sanctity of the IEBC process itself is more critical, and who they announce at the end, whether it resonates with the actual people's voting.
What I was trying to say actually...
Hold on. So that I steer the ship.
Yes.
Because we're talking about regional kingpins.
Yes.
In the sense of Raila Odinga and William Ruto, I don't think they are regional kingpins in this context.
No, they're not.
Because they're presidential candidates. Yes. Let's talk about the others.
The others, and that's why I'm saying, and please excuse me for using that struggle against the state. Okay. It's in public domain. Recently, Gachagua was told that he has to refund 200 million. And what happened after that is that everybody was saying Gachagua is corrupt. And today, there is a case in the Supreme Court, isn't it? There is a hearing, or there is someone who has gone to court, Wakili, saying that Gachagua and Ruto should not be sworn in.
If they win.
If they win. So that is the kind of thing I'm saying. They appealed to this common Mwananchi. No, I'm not declaring any winner, but those are points. And then the other thing also that would have led to that is the economic downturn. When you talk about the price of unga, when you talk about the price of fuel, right? Unemployed youth also have to eat. Where are they going to get the unga? Unemployed youth who own Ubers have to use 60% of their money on fuel. What do they take home? So that person who was related or associated sort of perception-wise with the state kind of suffered a lot, especially in Mount Kenya.
Those are dynamics in Mount Kenya.
Dynamics. Okay. Then the other thing was the COVID matters, right? What did the COVID bring out? It brought COVID billionaires. Again, that also made the Mwananchi feel, even when we were struggling with COVID, as a serious matter of life or death, money was lost. And the one, William Samoei Ruto, was not part of it. I mean, that's the perception they create. Then the other thing you can look, even in your messaging when you're a presidential candidate, what are you saying in your manifesto? So for example, one mishap that happened with Raila Odinga was a Mitumba issue. When he mentioned Mitumba, and I'm not quoting him, and don't judge me for that, it's in the public domain, but he knows, he really had to explain and said what he meant.
I think I need to flip this debate completely.
Maybe let's throw it to Wakili.
I need to flip it completely.
As we get to have a sidebar.
Which is taking is something else.
Yes, but bringing the same question to you, Wakili, looking at this aspect of regional kingpins in line with Kenya's political landscape, their importance and why they are deemed necessary in Kenyan politics, without again mentioning candidates that are involved in this particular election.
Yeah, you see, every season has times. There is a season for everything, as a good book says, but there are certain dynamics, by the way, away from the candidates. There are certain dynamics. For example, when you talk about COVID, no president is in control of COVID. or was in control of COVID. It was even a surprise to many nations, including the first world countries where people died more than here. So, but those dynamics during COVID, even forget about if money came in or did not come in. Those dynamics, they determined what happens with the leadership in this country. When you talk about fuel shortage and prices being hiked, those were not necessarily factors within the control of the president of this country. They were external forces, and then the effects were felt locally. And that happens with the political temperatures also, where Kenyans had come to, the bad economic conditions had, were biting them so hard that when you talk about running for presidency or for a member of parliament or for governor, the first question they ask you is, what are you going to do with our hunger? The voters are not so logical to tell how Ukraine war is affecting wheat transportation to East Africa. They are just, we're hungry. It's like children. They are hungry. They don't care how you look at it as a mother or as a father. They want food on the table. And I think those dynamics completely destabilized the country's political scenario, and you could see that one candidate was trying to say, hey, all this mess is because of the guy, in office. And the guy in office says, no, listen, these are, issues beyond me. But going forward then, in terms of building kinship and who shots, it will be very difficult for any presidential winner to sit in that office and resolve these problems we have as though those other dynamics are not at play. Therefore, in my humble view, while we wait for these announcements to come, each party must know, because otherwise it will lead to a lot of unnecessary debates and fights. Each party must know that there are conditions and factors well beyond the particular office of the country, and that the winner will be depending squarely on the loser to make sure they pull the country forward. Because I can assure you today, if Raila Odinga wins or if William Ruto wins, the fuel price in this country and debate after 3 months, they will probably be higher than that. Nothing will happen about our economic and hunger pangs. They will continue to exist until they both come together and they do some kind of bargaining power with the Western countries, so that certain prices of commodities can actually come down.
At the Bomas of Kenya,
why we are putting some of these stopgap measures, particularly when I stop Githaiga or anybody else from veering towards that, we are not censoring anybody. It's only that these results are not declared. Once the declaration of results is done, we will be able to measure a candidate, what was the downside or what led to their success or what led to their failure. But because we don't have any results just yet, and I'm sure probably if we are still here at that time after declaration, we'll now be able to compare the performance of the two leading candidates and who is what effect this and this had on their candidature, right?
If I may point out just a bit, kingpins get their cue from the opponent, and this is what Gachagua did very well. Any gaps, any issues he picked up, he tweaked his messaging to his electorate, and he appealed to them. And this is what that led to the conversion. You're not repeating a story that is not there. You're telling them, like, if something happens today, that is what he's going to the ground and say. He's not speaking, I've done in the past, I fought for this. He's saying now to this generation, and I think that's what actually differentiates the kingpins from those who achieve their goal and those who still struggle to achieve.
But if you look at Oparanya in Kakamega, it was irrespective of what Ruto or Raila were actually preaching. So I tend to think that each region has their own standards for who can be their kingpin, irrespective of what Raila was saying or what William Ruto was saying. Oparanya came out as a person, and I don't know where Oparanya was in all those years he was in offices and all that, but he actually has come out to take the shoes of a person like Mudavadi, who had then gone on the other side, and a large population of Kakamega was feeling like we should be able to go this other direction. So kingship, what do you call it? Kingpinship should actually be interpreted according to the local masses' perspective of views. look at Mount Kenya. Gachagua, in all honesty, was not looking like he would be standing against any other competitor for that matter, but he actually now came out. So it was because of the way the people had resonated with the William Ruto mantra. That is how Gachagua became, everybody listened to him. We knew once Martha Karua had come, in the picture, she was going to dismantle Gachagua, but looks like Gachagua understood what the people want and went directly there. Whether that is because of the opponent, like my colleague Githaiga is saying, is another issue. But the local people's interests and the politics play a big role.
So for you to be a kingpin, you have to identify with the locals, basically.
That is my view. That is what I'm learning, that what the locals want is different. What the people in Eldoret want, for example, is different from what the people in Nyeri want. However, when the two seem to be matched together to say, hey, even the people in Eldoret, what they want and what we want is the same, then you become a kingpin.
Okay. It's just like the Council of Elders, Kikuyu Council of Elders gave a statement this morning and saying that they were caught off guard. They didn't really calculate properly. And I remember Gachagua in one of the TV stations, which I won't mention because KBC is our station. He was sat there with Kioni and told Kioni, my brother, have you gone to the ground? I even have people in your village and they are saying they are voting this way. So if you don't, I want to support Wakili what he's saying. Every kinship is kinship is built by his locality and the demands and the needs of the locality. So if you fail to read what the locals are saying, then you'll be left in oblivion.
Okay. So basically, charity begins at home.
Yes.
But then, let me just expand this a bit. At what point can a local kingpin, for example, you're talking about Rigathi Gachagua, he's managed to marshal the Mount Kenya vote to the UDA basket. But at what point can a leader grow that space and become a national kingpin? What does it take? Githaiga.
Exactly. William Ruto is such an example.
Yes.
He was a kingmaker for Raila Odinga in 2007.
I'm giving without giving a general specific name.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Kindly.
Kindly. Let's avoid that direction.
Okay, let's avoid. But what I'm trying to say is that it takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of focus and knowing what you want to achieve.
Yes.
So your journey doesn't end where you fail. Because you could have tried the first time and then you say, I give up. It's that consistency and keeping on to your message. Don't switch your message. Stick to that message. And that's what makes a kingmaker perfect from the other. Because once you switch from your message, then you lose your people.
Consistency.
Yes, so consistency is number one for me.
Okay.
So consistency definitely. Then understanding the people's needs. You see, if people from Gusiland, for example, they want their matoke or bananas to be sold out, and you can show them clearly what you can do to get the bananas sold, and you live strongly towards that spirit, which I think is what we saw in the campaign trails. A person taking a position and persistently, hamming that philosophy to the people until they trust you. So, and this is a deviation from the past where people just felt like, we will serve you, we will bring you water, we will do this, and people have now become smarter. They know that you can talk without meaning to deliver, and you may talk from, I think there were candidates you could see in the campaign trail who were quite passionate, coming to the people, repeating the mistakes which have been made as the main issue why, we should not accept some candidates. Therefore, it is understanding the local people, what they really want, and hammer it properly. Whether you intend to fulfill it or not can be discussed after the announcements are made today.
Okay, because based on what's happening across the country, when you move from the north, coming down to the south, east to the west, you will have that national appeal. And that would mean that you must be kingpin of the entire nation for you to win 50% plus one, for example, as required constitutionally currently. I would imagine what would be some of the bottlenecks that a person will have to break, because we are 47, almost 50 tribes.
Yes.
You know, when you go to the West,
you see, Victor,
you have to appeal to them. You have to appeal to them.
Sure. You see, if one of these candidates wins, the immediate mandate, immediate task is to ensure that he seems to accommodate the other half side of the country without conditions. He must come out with the messaging that, hey, you know, we fought during campaigns, but here we are. Now I have the country to lead and I need your support. If he tries to laugh or mock the people like, oh, you guys, you are opposing me, oh, so then you are not a statesman, and it will not be accepted. In fact, he will start losing the same week. So the first task of any winning team is to try to visit the side that did not vote for him, reassuring them that we shall bring development in this region. We have absolutely no discrimination on the basis of how you voted. Voting is your right, but we have a country to run. And that is imperative for any team that wins. That campaign messaging, ngoja muone mutachificha wapi, oh, we are coming in power, that if it is again circulated from now going forward, that will be a failing leader. That will be a complete failure, and he will start being rejected instantaneously. I think he must separate that there was...
just a minute, we'll come back to you. The state of peace and cohesion. Now we cross over to the NCIC. Reverend Samuel Kobia, the chairperson of NCIC.
And managing their anxiety in a peaceful manner. The nation has been relatively calm, and it is this calm and the peace that we want to continue to have. We must shun all those who want to peddle fake news and have been throwing the country into a numbers war. That is not good. We must all wait for the IEBC which shall, in a maximum of 6 hours from now, declare a winner of the presidential election. This all-important announcement will shape the future of our country. But it is not a do-or-die situation by any stretch of the imagination. Kenya will move on successfully, no matter who is president. Therefore, our people need not worry. As we need, all that we need is peace, for with the peace we can succeed in every way. We would therefore like to urge all Kenyans to accept the results and allow any issues that may arise be addressed by our courts, and in this particular of presidential elections, the Supreme Court of Kenya. And the courts have proven many times to be able to give sober judgment in electoral disputes. Let us allow the process to ventilate any issues that may arise. We also like to call on the winner to be magnanimous and reach across the divide to make peace and forge a way forward. We ask for the run-up to be dignified and be treated with decorum. This also applies to the citizenry. Let us all be magnanimous and appreciate the pain we all feel when we lose. Let us not insult each other or gloat unnecessarily over the others. We are all one in one nation called Kenya. We must also recognize that Kenya achieved elections bila norma, which was our rallying call over the last year. It is through the efforts of many local and international partners that this was possible together with the people of Kenya. Following the same pace, we must now accept a presidential election results bila norma, just as we have seen multiple results being accepted and various leaders conceding defeat. It is this kind of acceptance that we need moving forward. Indeed, we commend every leader who has peacefully accepted defeat, as well as those who are seeking legal redress peacefully. We urge all of us to keep the peace and to remember that just as each vote counts, so that does each one's contribution count to keeping peace. We all are brothers and sisters, and Kenya needs us to remain so, no matter our political inclination. God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Thank you. That is the NCIC statement. We know that you are under pressure to go and do your work elsewhere, but if there is a question or two, we can entertain that before we close this conference. Okay, there being no question, thank you very much, and we wish you a good day, and we all stay calm and maintain peace as we await for the results of the presidential elections whenever it is going to happen. Oh yes, there is a question. Yes.
Briefly, just a summary of everything that you said.
Asante sana. Sisi tukiwa tume ya taifa ya uwiano na utangamano, tungependa kuambia wananchi ya kwamba tumefurahia kuona tulipiga kura vizuri kila pahali, na vile mambo yalivyo sasa, kumekuwa na utulivu na amani, na ni kwa sababu amani ni muhimu sana. Mpaka sasa tumeona kwamba kote katika nchi kumekuwa na amani, hata ingawa mahali hapa na pale kulikuwa na shida kidogo kulingana na miaka na elections.
The chairperson of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, Reverend Samuel Kobia, talking about the elections. Listening to him, I get a sense we have a winner who the IEBC will reveal in a few hours. But of course, talking about relative calm throughout the elections and saying all we need right now is about peace. And talking to supporters of the different factions to accept the results and pursue available avenues. If you have, or you're dissatisfied with the results, or you feel there was injustice, there are available avenues to pursue in this constitution. But for the winner, be magnanimous and reach out to the rest of Kenya, as well as the first runners-up. So the person who wins, Reverend Samuel Kobia Evers, should reach out to the first runners-up, and of course looking at the numbers and how close they have come, because it was a neck-to-neck race. So we don't have the results just yet, but it was a neck-to-neck race, at least according to what we saw, therefore the need to. And if we have been able to achieve elections bila norma, Victor, NCIC says you can also achieve presidential election results bila norma.
Of course, that has been their clarion call ever since, and I think NCIC, led by Reverend Kobia, must be a happy commission right now, because probably they thought they were going to have a hard time as a commission, summoning leaders, sending out troops out there for peace mission across the country. But so far, this is their first media address ever since the election ended last week. So perhaps they can give themselves a pat on the back as a commission, and he'll go home a happy man plus the commission.
Yeah, but congratulations to Kenyans, because
exactly,
as it looks, there are no Kenyans who want actually to go and do any violence from the feel and as it looks. And when you look at such senior citizens like Reverend Kobia, they come out, you know, they also can feel the temperature, the climate, and the mood of the country. And when they come up and tell you, we need not fight, you can just, if you've lost, you can go through the normal, you know, loser process, go to the Supreme Court, argue. We should look at this as a gesture of hope for the country. These are older citizens. They are telling us, okay, youth, look, you may win, you may lose, but what we are advising you to do is to go forward and complain in the High Court and wait for your fan or for your candidate to go through the normal Supreme Court process. So we should not be worried, and it resonates with what Kenyans want. We want to go back to work. I doubt there are any youths preparing for any commotion. We could have had it in the course of the week. So I think it's a good chapter for Kenya to appreciate that during elections there will be a winner and a loser, and this has been propelled more so by a transparent format used by the IEBC, so that anybody who says my votes were stolen, it is upon him to prove in the court of law that his votes were indeed stolen. I think it's a good moment for the country.
Yeah. Jen, what do you think?
Absolutely. It's vital that we have such statements because, again, we all know elections are a very sensitive time, not just in Kenya, but in Africa and the world over. And speaking peace and it being one of the things that most Kenyans are really championing for, regardless of whom you are supporting, and should there be any concerns from either of the candidates, they have the legal path to follow to just seek redress. So, again, peace is what we are preaching even here at KBC as the national broadcaster, as we await the final results that will be announced in, I believe, not too long by the commission right there from the Bomas of Kenya. And that is why we are here to keep you in touch with all that will be happening right there. Curia.
Yeah, so we still have the Bomas of Kenya. I believe you wanted to make a comment as regards the statement by the NCIC.
I'd like to appreciate NCIC for making that statement. Indeed, it now shows that we're moving towards the end, nearing to the end. And by them speaking, they're actually appealing to the Kenyans that they should remain calm and peaceful. And I really also like to thank His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, because I know one legacy that he said he would like to leave for this country is peace. And indeed, it is evident that for the first time, we are not hearing any violence anywhere. We are not hearing any issues, major issues that can threaten national security. But one thing I would like to also say, not critically, but also I need NCIC in the next dispensation to have some teeth, right?
Teeth to do what?
Teeth to bite, you know? So that these politicians who swear away from the law, action needs to be taken against them. Because we look up to these politicians as youth and as Kenyans, and we follow them as our leaders. So if a leader is using language that is not appropriate, remember we have school-going children, they are very conscious and aware of what these leaders are saying. So we don't want to breed a generation. We are trying to remove that black dot that we've had from the past to make it into a white, clear path. Then the other thing I would like to also say, and congratulate the youth who's a vice chairperson, Wamboi Nyotu, for she came up and the NCIC together with elections bila noma. I mean, that was a good move, because they held concerts, they went to the ground and talked to the youth and ensured that the youth understood that elections sio mwisho wa maisha.
Those are diplomats on the screen there.
Yes.
You can see quite a number of diplomats.
The American ambassador
there, and security. Of course, I think that's their security. We have Meg Whitman there. Meg Whitman is the US ambassador to Kenya. And I think this other one must be probably either from the American Embassy or the British High Commission. But of course you can see the number of diplomats and representatives of various governments continue to stream in. When you see them here, and particularly these diplomats, owing to the sharing of intelligence and stuff like that, they have already been informed about who the winner is probably. You don't think so?
I believe so, because Wakili maybe would guide us on this, but I'm sure even the president of Kenya has already been informed. There is a structure of communication and procedure that there are certain elements that have to know first in readiness of the outcome. And this is how the systems operate, like you say, sharing of intelligence. So I'm sure by now they probably might not know 100%, but they have been hinted to who is the winner. The president and I'd like to thank Chebukati because it looks like the announcement will be at 11. How many more minutes?
It can't be. Only 15 minutes.
Because the gathering of these people clearly shows you that this is the end.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure also he would want to keep these diplomats alert here. But that's just it. Victor?
All right. Githaiga and Wakili, what is the most important lesson that us as Kenyans can learn from the entire process of IEBC conducting this election? It's almost coming to an end, so to speak. Based on our past experiences, and here we are today. Wakili?
I think that we were at 40% previously. We have now come to 75-80% in terms of performance. The 20% includes gaps like allowing, strangers or foreigners, quote unquote, to come into the counting hall. That counting hall, the floor where votes are being counted should be the holy of the holies, or holy places where only the tallying agents and the IEBC commissioners can. Even IEBC commissioners themselves should actually be on another corner. This particular tallying should be strictly for those who are coming with the results and the counterparts from the IEBC office. So, plus also, apart from that, you look at the mode of making citizens wait.
Yes.
That anxiety, that should be improved, as we said, by IEBC probably now setting a communications team that even if they use their IT and communication department to come in and say, we know you are waiting, but the commissioners have just told us that they are now doing stage 3 and probably by 5, that kind of updates which will make Kenyans, and then this should come with a statement that please go work, we will call upon you at 5 or we will call upon you tomorrow in the morning, then we will give you better results. Otherwise, we are seeing them come back now in the hall, but you see, we still do not know. There are 28 or 30 more constituencies not announced. Probably they will come in, announce them, and then maybe announce the results or something like that. We do not know. But that not knowing bit should be deleted, should be eliminated, so that we have Kenyans should now, know what to expect in the next few hours.
Githaiga, yes. You're talking about anxiety management.
Indeed, anxiety management is a personal issue as well. Like I said, there is about emotional intelligence. I mean, if you don't start getting on with your life, life will not wait for you. Go back to work, do your thing. Because an election is just a day's event, the day you cast your vote. The rest is a process. And starting by the 7 days provided, that's what the Katiba provides for us. So we shouldn't give undue pressure on IEBC, especially noting a nullification of an election. They have to be sure of what they're doing. And I congratulate them. And I want to say that IEBC has improved greatly. Unlike before the election, there were certain elements of the political divide who are actually saying IEBC is not ready. Shame on them, because IEBC has proved them wrong. And I want to say 90%. My brother Wakili has said 80% in performance. To me it's 90. 10% is what they have not done. The other thing I want to point out is systemic collaboration. Their systems were collaborating, irrespective of the vast nation that we have. This time round, coverage, you see, there was only little use of the manual register.
Actually, they said it's the number, it's only 200 nationwide.
You get. So,
number.
Yes, it shows you that there was systemic collaboration, even with the Ministry of ICT, even with Safaricom, even with the other major players, those who provide the network. And then within themselves, the networked agency, how they worked together, how the POs communicated, how the ROs communicated, how the CROs communicated. There was a flow, and that is why we are here today. And I believe the process was very open and transparent. And I commend and I congratulate Chebukati and all the POs and all the ROs and all the CROs and all the other support staff that made this happen to this
They
extent.
did well, but...
Yes.
But...
For me, there is no but. There is no but at this time.
Wakila said there's lack of flow of information. I think that's why a majority of Kenyans are feeling like there was a small gap somewhere.
I think the lack of flow of information is right, because you cannot get anything perfect. But yet again, you know, there was various channels of information flow. I think that's where the confusion came. So they expected much more from IEBC because you had the TV stations also giving their own tally.
You see, Kithaiga,
Yes.
okay, when you look at people just coming from outside and going there and they start fighting over Akim's kit and also exchanging papers. This could be simple foolscaps, probably not that they are stealing anything.
Exactly.
But why in that particular Holy of Holies? It shouldn't be allowed. In my view, IEBC, you saw Professor Gulie at one time when people were all full in the house saying, we want everybody out unless the following people. Why did you allow them in the first place? So there is that level of management, integrity of the process should continue. In fact, it should be more strict here in that Uchaguzi hall, because that is where everything is being collected. That's where you're seeing which data is genuine, which one is not. If you call that to be the 10%, I would agree with you. But if you say that is not a mistake at all, then I think I would openly disagree and say no, they need to improve. IBC must do something to put its house in order.
Wakili, I agree with you. In fact, I was the first person to condemn that. And in fact, some of the faces I saw there, they have never been agents. Some of them, I don't want to give them a negative perspective or call them names. But it also boiled down to the party. Because all those guys had tags. All those people you saw there, they had tags. So it is the political party itself that applied for these tags and misused that concession that they were given by the IEBC. And I think it was most of this tug of war was only with one divide, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, in a bit we'll be heading over to Uasin Gishu County, but before we do that, Victor, and I wanted to mention that a bit, if there are people who have received battering, right, left and center, is the media, and how generally, we have steered through this election. But nobody really appreciates the amount of fatigue that has gone, that this election has brought to media personalities. And it is our responsibility to bring you this information. And I was seeing screenshots last night of a mistake from one TV station, another mistake from another, and people don't realize it's actually fatigue. Yeah, we don't realize that what we're dealing with at this point is fatigue. I don't know whether, Victor, you suffer from the same. Am you still?
We wake up at 3 a.m. every day. To start with, we wake up at 3 a.m. and we talk for 9 hours non-stop. That, according to what you usually say, that can cause a brain cell. Our brain cells can die. It's a lot of work, so to speak. It's a lot of work, and the amount of resources that media houses deployed to cover this election is enormous. If you want to, put it in terms of numbers, the amount of money, for example, the personnel, man hours spent in the election, we can write a pamphlet about it. But you see, the whole scenario here is to give quality reporting. That's the primary role. But we will never lack, another section of the media, trying to get to the other side of the wing, and this other side will try to get to the wing, all in the name of competition, which is okay. It's a competitive industry. And I think that is why even Wananchi tried to have some lack of trust in the media. So they resorted now to this use of social media. Okay, you see, the use of social media, it's pretty quick. You go on your Facebook, Twitter, whichever platform you want. Text, send, it's gone. It depends on how many people that you command on your social media platform. So, as a media, we need to up our game. Again, I don't know what percentage Githaiga will give us, if he's generous enough, and even you, Akili, us as KBC, what is the figure that you will give us? Please be generous enough, Githaiga. Be generous.
Wait. Let me head over to Uasin Gishu County. Let me head over to Uasin Gishu County first. Timotheo Kipnusu joins us from Uasin Gishu. I don't know whether it is Eldoret town, probably from the end of a market, or where he is. He will tell us. But good morning, Kipnusu. What's the mood like in Uasin Gishu ahead of this announcement by the chairperson of the IEBC, Timothy?
A very good morning to you, my colleague JJ Kioria, together with Victor Olo, the other broadcasting house. The mood here is calm. Residents here are anxious, waiting for the much anticipated announcement from the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, Wafula Chebukati, and I'm at the famous Westy Market here in Uasin Gishu, a few meters from 64 Stadium, where the campaign has been going on before the politicians, a number of them were elected. And the mood here, normalcy has returned, has resumed. People are continuing here with their businesses as usual. But they're telling me that they really want that announcement so that their businesses can really go back to normal, because a number of them are saying that they are not receiving customers as usual. And just to paint a picture of Uasin Gishu County, bearing in mind this is the hometown of the presidential candidate, that is United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate William Samuel Arap Ruto. We get some sentiments because as you can see, it's very chilly, and they have decided not to stay at home, but at least to ensure that they put food on the table. Asante sana kujiunga nasi. Pengine tueleze, wewe naona mfanyabiashara unajaribu kuuza hapa, unapofanya biashara yako, pengine hisia zako kuhusiana na uchaguzi na wa sasa. Najua Wakenya wanasubiri kujua ni nani atakuwa kiongozi. Pengine maoni yako kuhusiana na hali halisi ya siasa nchini.
Kwanza ningependa kushukuru Mungu kwa sababu alituwezesha tukapiga kura kwa amani na tukamaliza na tukaenda nyumbani vizuri. Lakini kuanzia tuweze kupiga kura, hali imekuwa haiendi na isongi, kwa sababu tumerudi kazini, hakuna customer, pesa ambayo tulikuwa nazo zimeisha kwa sababu tunaendelea kula. Na maoni yangu ni kwamba Chebukati ni vyema sana aweze kutangaza matokeo haya, na sisi tuko tayari kukubali matokeo ambayo atatupatia. Yule ambaye atatupatia tutashukuru sana na tutaweza kufanya naye kazi, kwa sababu tunajua kwamba wakati ameweza kutangaza matokeo haya kazi zetu zitaweza kurudi na mambo yatarudi sawa. Ukiangalia hata hii soko, hii ni soko ya West hapa Eldoret, na ukiangalia watu wamerudi kazi lakini customer hawapo. Tuko sisi tu wafanya biashara pekee yetu, tunajiangaliana na kuongeleshana na kunogonezana kuhusu matokeo ambayo itakuwa. Na hiyo mshike ya kuanza kuulizana nani ameshinda nani atashindwa na hali vile ilivyo inatukanganya sana. Asante. Pengine nipate mwanadada hapa, unaitwa nani, unajihusisha na masuala yapi hapa, na wito wako kuhusiana na baadhi ya wale ambao wametwikwa jukumu na kuhakikisha kwamba taifa linapata rais wa tano wa taifa hili?
Nashukuru Mungu kwa uchaguzi, tulipika na amani na tuko na amani hapa Uasin Gishu. Isipokuwa mimi kwa majina naitwa Pamela Lakat. Nimeshukuru Mungu kwa yote. Naomba Chebukati utangaze president kwa haraka iwezekanavyo. Sisi ni watu wenye tunaenda soko za nje, tumefungiwa soko za nje, marori zimewekwa chini. Watu wenye wanaenda na marori wanasema ya kwamba wanataka wapate rais mwenye atakuwa mteule, ndiposa tuondoke tuende nje. Hapa town 3/4 ya Uasin Gishu ni wafanyabiashara. Ninaomba viongozi wenye wamechakuliwa kwa sasa hivi wakuje waone shida yenye tunapitia, wakuje waamurishe watu ya marori na tupewe escort tuende soko za nje. Tuko na watoto wanaenda shule, tunalipa rent, maisha yamekuwa ngumu. Wasikae tu kwa nyumba wakisema ya kwamba wamepewa kiketi wataongoza. Waanze sasa hivi. Tunataka tuondoke, tuende tufanye kazi ya nje. Hapa West ni town lakini hakuna pesa, watu wameokopa kununua vitu.
Asante. Clarion call to leaders who have been elected in different positions, be it the senator, the governor, member of parliament, woman member to the National Assembly, and of course the member of county assembly. The sentiments. Let me get a boda operator. Bariako, wewe ulihusika katika zoezi la uchaguzi na unahisi vipi kwa sasa? Hali imerudi shwari, biashara iko vipi?
Mimi ni mpiga kura wa Uasin Gishu County. Niliweza kupiga kura tarehe 9 na tangu tarehe 9 tumeweza kupiga kura. Kazi ilienda chini kabisa. Kama sisi wana boda, kazi imeenda chini. Hata ikifika jioni unaweza kuja hapa saa 1 asubuhi. By the time rudi nyumbani kwa nyumba asubuhi utakuwa tuna shilingi 200. So tunaomba Chebukati na tume yake waweze kutangaza matokeo ndio kazi iweze kurudi kama kawaida. Tuko na njaa. Ingawa serikali juzi imeweza kutangaza kwamba unga ya shilingi 100 iliweza kutupiliwa mbali. Sasa hizi kupata shilingi 200 ya kununua unga imekuwa shida. Sisi kama wana boda tunahangaika sana hii town. Tunahangaika sana kwa sababu hakuna kazi. Kitu kingine, shule zimetangazwa itafunguliwa on Thursday. Tunangojea kutafuta school fees. Nitakana tulipe school fees. Ambapo sasa hizi hatuna pesa. Watu watarudi shule bila school fees. Lazima watu warudi shule na school fees. Tutatoa school fees. Kwa hivyo Chebukati hawezi kutangaza matokeo, tutakubali matokeo yoyote. Sisi tuliweza kufanya sehemu yetu ya kupiga kura kama wapigaji kura. Tulipiga kura na tulishamaliza sehemu yetu. Sehemu inayobaki ni ya Chebukati kutangaza viongozi na kiongozi mmoja atakuja. Tuko tayari kufanya kazi na kiongozi yote. Hatuna uchaguzi.
Asante.
Yeah.
There you have it, JJ Kiore there and Victor Olo, sentiments from residents here in Uasin Gishu County, particularly the businessmen who are involved in selling of mitumbas and of course the border operator, and they are actually waiting for that pronouncement or announcement from the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. But we managed to visit a number of places in the CBD, and it's people have resumed to work, and then it is they have played their part as the electorate. They're going to the ballot and electing their leaders. Now they're waiting for those who have been given the mandate to announce the winner, and they are saying whoever will be, they are ready to embrace and for the betterment of the country. And of course, Uasin Gishu County, you all know that all the nine positions in Uasin Gishu County, I'm talking about the gubernatorial position, senatorial position, and the woman member to the National Assembly, and the 6 constituency, the member of parliament, the 6th constituency in Uasin Gishu County. That is Moiben, Kesis, Kapseret, Ainapkoi, Tarbo, and so all those constituency, and of course those positions, the gubernatorial, senatorial, and women member to the National Assembly. Leaders that were elected were from United Democratic Alliance Party, the party for the Deputy President William Ruto. So it is a wait and see situation here in Uasin Gishu. We will be pitching camp in a number of places to find out what are people talking about this election. Of course, they are giving credit to Chebukati and his team for conducting a very credible election. Of course, we will make that decision after the announcement of the IEBC. From me, Timothy Kipnusu, I hand you back to studio, my colleague JJ Kioria and Victor Olo.
In Uasin Gishu County, of course, giving us an update about the situation in Uasin Gishu. Continue monitoring situations in different parts of the country.
All right. Okay. All right. So that is Kipnusu from Uasin Gishu giving us an account of what's happening down there. And of course, it's just a matter of wait and see from the Bomas of Kenya. But generally, the mood in that area is okay, according to him. Jen, I don't know what you have to say about that. It's quite good from Bondo to Uasin Gishu. It's fine.
It is, and this is something that we need to applaud ourselves as a country, basing on our history, looking at general elections. They're always very emotive, very a sensitive time in our country, and the fact that we are seeing the citizens saying, we want Chebukati to tell us who the leader is so that we can get on with business as usual. But then again, you can see the processes are already underway for us to get the final results being pronounced by IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati. Final preparations are underway from the Bomas of Kenya for this particular grand moment that we have been waiting for. Curious.
Absolutely. Okay. From what you can see there, those are live images from the Bomas of Kenya. Now that is at the pressings, heavy security, heavy police deployment there. Of course, you'd imagine why this heavy security there. We have got diplomats, heads of missions, we have got observers there, we have got leaders, MPs-elect, governors-elect, and even the wananchi themselves. I mean, security has to be for everyone. So you'd imagine why heavy deployment of police officers, and nothing is left to chance. That is where all action is going to take place not long from now. We wait for Wafula Chebukati. Is now 5 minutes past 11 a.m. and there must be a lot of expectation even from the commission itself just to dispense of this once and for all. It's taken a toll on almost everyone. No sleep. Githaiga, you would imagine sitting there for 6 days, you have to get updated every single moment, not missing even a digit, because that is again could be a matter of how do you call it, legal battle. Yes. You go to court, even a point, even a mark. So it has been a lot of work to the commission, so to speak. What do you think?
It has been extremely hard for them. But let me just say, going back to the question that you asked me earlier, I give KBC 90%.
Oh yes.
There's a time there where we were lost of information.
Nice to us.
There was a time there we were lost of information.
Yeah.
Some media houses people were doubting their results, but KBC actually brought us back to par.
Thank you.
And that is well done to KBC. Yeah, congratulations. But now back to IBC. These guys deserve a clap.
Yeah.
And they deserve to be rewarded because Bobby Wine, East African countries, AU, all over, even when you listen to the observers, they're like, wow, how do you guys manage? I know there's some gifs going around. Museveni was asking, you mean that there's a public portal? So I believe this is European standard, American standard for an African country.
And I believe a majority of other jurisdictions will copy from Kenya. What has worked for us?
Yes. And Kenya is always leading, in that matter in Africa. And in terms of democracy, Kenya is number one. There is nowhere where you find a country speaking negatively about a president who's seated and he does nothing because of what the law provides.
Yeah.
There is freedom of speech, freedom of association, Bill of Rights. There's even freedom of information, access to information.
Exactly.
What the media uses, right?
And that's what Chebukati deployed.
And that's what he deployed. And he did it perfectly because you remember the other time he was hit hard by the Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah.
And he said not again. And this time round he did it well. And congratulations.
Having in mind he was the main respondent.
Who?
Chebukati, the IEBC back then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this time round he can go and retire because I know this was his last election in terms of the term that he holds. He cannot be the chairman further from this, and he'll retire a happy man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jay, before I come back to you, Wakili, and even Githaiga, you'll also pick. Let's talk about this man Chebukati. We've talked about Honorable Odinga, Deputy President William Ruto, the politicians elect. We've talked about everybody else, even the Mwananchi who is the voter. But this man Chebukati is like he had the vaccine to cure almost the virus that was killing that affected each and every person in the country.
Yes.
Yeah, so
this man Chebukati.
I talk about Chebukati, and before just going to mention about him, you asked about the journalists, the way they have not been able to sleep for the entire 7 days now.
We wake up at 3 a.m.
That is the calling. We have the first responders, we have the second row, third row, and fifth row. I mean, when you called me, you say, we want you to come at the studio at 6 a.m., I keep wondering, should I be reading something at that time or coming to the studio?
Yes.
It is new to me. But I realize that, yes, that is the calling. You have to start your programs so early. So I'm not saying that I agree with him. 90-95% not an issue. But the issue is, and I think this goes to the youngsters who want to come to media, they should not think that it is good just to appear on screen and all the good work you're doing. It has a cost to it. It has a cost to it. There are times you are called to go and cover news actually in a war-torn area. And you have to dress like military regalia and dark bullets, So that is the calling for a journalist, and I think we thank media houses, and particularly this media house, for the job well done. Now, talking about Chebukati, same thing. That is his calling. Chebukati, he actually mismanaged the previous elections, and again, not giving him any marks as yet how he failed, but he did not perform like he has performed now. So I am sure he has metamorphosized himself from what he was to what he has become. But this is also because the state assisted him. The state this time around was not interested at all in interfering or trying to influence or cook or whatever. They left him to do his homework. And he has come out as a person with very stable mind, as a person with knowledge, as a person who has picked the lessons from the Supreme Court ruling to what he has made us believe about the transparency and accountability in the voting process and in the tallying process. So I think we also give it to him for the way he has conducted himself, for the way he has responded quickly to the demands of Kenyans, the demands of the Supreme Court judgment, and all these things. I think now they make him look a bit more prepared to retire peacefully.
All right, over to you, Jane. Even Gidaiga, now you can pick it.
Yes, I just wanted to point out and agree with my friend, Wakili, that he's done a good job compared to the first time, but I also want to bring you back to how he became the chairman. Remember there was Mohammed, was it Ahmed, or maybe you can remind me, Wakili, the former IEBC chairman. And if you look at the space of which he had to prepare Chebukati was very little. After Isaac Hassan left, right?
Yes.
So if he had more time like before, I'm sure he would have done a better job. And that's why he had a lot to prove. And you can see the level of intelligence, the level of calmness, the level of sobriety, the level of knowing what he is doing and what he's mandated to do. Credit to Chebukati. Hats off.
I think this year they have made IBC a better place to work. I mean, I think most people would now easily apply to work with the IBC.
So it's not independent.
And for most people, it's only human to be quick to judge somebody else in their situation without fully understanding what it takes to be in that particular position. Again, heavy is the head. But looking at the precedents that Chebukati is going to leave, looking at given his time, his 6-year tenure is coming to an end towards the end of next year. The next team that comes into place, will they be able to maintain the same standard of executing the general elections for the next for 2027, or will they have a hard time keeping up or even just reaching that bar that this particular team has set up? Let's start with you, Akili.
Yeah, I think that going forward for Chebukati and the team and the IEBC, the major thing would be to ensure that, like I said, proper strictures are put in place to ensure that there are no infiltrations that happen at all. We have no doubt about the IEBC competency or Chebukati's person, whether his own intelligence or his own capacities. In fact, he has demonstrated that he's a very, this guy had done a lot of practice in law in Mombasa and in Nairobi for a long period. And I think that 2017, it was destabilizing him. It was, in a sense, he was destabilized by what my friend is saying, that he had a very short time to be taken through the whole process. But if you look at him as a person, he's a very brilliant guy now, and he has shown that anybody who is given a chance to work, especially in independent institutions, can actually deliver good results. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Curia?
We continue to monitor the situation at the Bomas of Kenya. Live pictures from inside the auditorium and outside. The person coming in is Richard Tongi, the former Nyariwari Chache member of parliament. I think he's been felled, but he's making his way to the Bomas of Kenya. Quite a security situation there, as you can see. And it starts right from the entrance. Skilled screening before you access the Bomas of Kenya, and not the auditorium. I'm talking about the Bomas of Kenya. Before you make it to the gate of the Bomas of Kenya, it's quite a huge process. And businesswoman Mary Wambui, there she is. I think she's been one of the agents for
Ruto.
Deputy President William Ruto, also making her way into the Bomas of Kenya. Up until now, the country is on edge, waiting with bated breath for the announcement of who Kenya's 5th president will be. But of course, he becomes president when he takes the oath of office as the next president of the Republic of Kenya. In the meantime, the president of the Republic of Kenya is His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Those are live pictures from the Bomas inside the auditorium and outside the auditorium. Interestingly, even after the IEBC having finished the verification and tallying of the remaining constituencies, they are yet to announce the results of those remaining constituencies, the verified results, that is. And probably, my guess is once they come out before they announce the presidential winner, they will have to first of all dispense with the results of the remaining constituencies. And now there you see Dr. Isaac Kalua of the Thinking Green Action Party, TGAP, also making his way to the Bomas of Kenya. And you would say security is quite tight. There, on the other end of the screen, you have the auditorium and the preparations therein. So I'm saying, I guess the first order of business once the IEBC appears on that podium is, first of all, to declare the remaining constituencies and then say we have a tally, we have a winner, and go ahead and declare them. Or they could just first decide to wind up with the results, that is the remaining constituencies, and then at some point then announce the presidential winner. You see the choir there entertaining those who are inside the auditorium. It's another way of, easing,
calming the nerves.
Calming the nerves.
Yeah.
As you listen to those very sweet tunes.
No, music is a food. It's all food. Even God loves entertainment. That's why even David played a harp for him. So music is good. You can imagine the kind of tension in the music in the auditorium right now. Yeah. Music is good.
All right, we keep monitoring that situation there, of course, to update you on the latest. We also have Serafina Ruby, who is our reporter at the Bomas of Kenya, as well as we also have the team of Brian Kimani and the entire team there. They'll also be telling us about what is happening in Bomas of Kenya.
I'm just wondering, all these people, you want to tell me the security people, they don't know, probably they don't have an inkling on the results? They're so close to Chebukati.
I wish somebody could answer that question from the auditorium. How I wish. But everybody's gazing. I think that's why music is there, for just a bit of some entertainment for people to relax. It's been a hard moment, Maybe, director, let's just get entertained as well on this end. We go to Bomas and get to listen to the nuts.
Na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo, 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 nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Majanga na mikasa mbalimbali vimetukumba, Mungu wetu amekuwa tegemeo. Tusikubali misukosuko ya kisiasa itugawanye wazalendo wa Kenya. Majanga na mikasa mbalimbali vimetukumba, Mungu wetu amekuwa tegemeo. Tusikubali misukosuko ya kisiasa itugawanye wazalendo wa Kenya. Majanga na mikasa mbalimbali vimetukumba, Mungu wetu amekuwa tegemeo. Tusikubali misukosuko ya kisiasa itugawanye wazalendo wa Kenya. Nguzo, 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 nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo, 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 nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Tawasihi wazalendo, upendo na amani, kwa utulivu na umoja kati yetu, tujitahidi kujenga Kenya yetu. Tawasihi wazalendo, upendo na amani, kwa utulivu na umoja kati yetu, tujitahidi kujenga Kenya yetu. Nguzo, 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 nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo, 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 nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana sisi sote wazalendo.
Very well. Some interlude of music from the Bomas of Kenya Uchaguzi Hall. It was good just a small commercial break, so to speak, in readiness for the big announcement by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. This is a clear indicator that Chebukati is almost making his way to the main podium to give Kenyans the final result, and this should be the last one today, if at all it will be. Plus all, the signals are out there, the arrangements, that floor of the House is a different place. An hour or 2 hours ago, it was a different picture, but right now it's a complete picture altogether. Now we are waiting for Chebukati, but this is some good news for Kenyans who've been waiting for this day for quite some time. Remember, schools reopen on Thursday, and parents, guardians, and even Kenya as a general need to prepare themselves for the next step. How kids will go back to school, teachers will also resume back to class, just general preparation for the country to move forward. If at all there will be a petition, then the next stage of filing these petitions, as per the guidelines, is taken care of, so that there are no lapses, legal lapses. And Wakili is here and would really tell us what would happen if at all there will be any lapse in terms of Chebukati not meeting the deadline, something that we've been talking about throughout the week. And good enough, he's made it. If it's at all this is what he's about to do, he'll be ahead of the deadline. That is tomorrow. So we can give it to him, and even the returning officers, all the returning officers, the agents who've worked tirelessly to make sure that this is done within a record time, so that we Kenyans can dispense of this once and for all and go to the next one. And we were talking about something to do with Chebukati. Let's talk about his demeanor, his sense of, emotional control. He is a practicing lawyer who's practiced for a very long time. Something that we can carry home from him, perhaps?
Yeah, you see, I think he's emotionally very intelligent, and in terms of leadership, governance ethics, he appears to have mastered that very well. In terms of showcasing emotional intelligence, he doesn't appear like he's excited or mad.
You even tell when he's excited.
He's simply reading it. He does not seem to be fatigued. He will come to the public when he's ready to talk to them. And when you are complaining, he's completely composed. He's waiting for you to complete speaking to him, and then he might speak or keep quiet and return to the room. So I think he has showcased quite a bit of high level of emotional intelligence, and his judgment is good, because when you look at the way he's managing the floor, he's not necessarily coming out to say go away. He's allowing other commissioners to come and address the public and tell others to go out of the room. But Victor, this is it. When you look at the military, the GSU, the police, this is what happened in 2017. So I think
it's normal.
We don't expect anything new. They are simply going to make the announcement right away.
And of course, the way we said, they are high-profile guests here. We have got elected, members of parliament, governors. We have got representatives from different, organizations. We have got observers. Diplomats are there. So it's given.
Yeah, you asked what will happen in event the tallying has not been completed. Whether the law allows for any extension. This is a new era, because that has not happened before. So we expect Chebukati to, if not, then there will be, for imagination's sake, then there will have to be an approach to the Supreme Court, because presidential petitions are determined.
Does it have to go to the Supreme Court or the High Court for an interpretation?
No, that it's not interpretation. We are assuming that the interpretation of 7 days ends today, ends tomorrow rather. But you see, if you want to really seek for extension of the time itself, not interpretation of the extension of time, or interpretation, you would seek the High Court to determine whether do we include Saturday and Sunday, or we remove them. But in terms of if he is overwhelmed and he wants to extend, then there is no precedent that previously the High Court has been approached. So the assumption would be, and I say assumption because there is no precedent on this, would be that you have to go to the Supreme Court to seek that extension. And that would be bad. This is why we were saying there should be a debate, and these 7 days could be taken to 10 days. And even though Kenyans feel that it would give them much anxiety, the truth is that once elections have been done, Kenyans should be allowed to go do their homework, to go do their work until the spelled out days in the constitution are over, so that you cannot complain when those days are not over yet. Yeah.
All right. Jen, Curia, and Githaiga? Githaiga, what do you think?
About Chebukati?
Yes, because of the... Yes, go ahead.
I think Chebukati, he should be given an award. The highest award. I don't know whether it's Order of the Warrior or something.
Burning spear.
Even before Uhuru goes home. Because I believe the management, his management skills are out of this world. His people skills, because in the end of the day, you have to have management skills. You have to be able to build genuine relationships with your ROs, your POs. These guys have to respect you. Because when they don't respect you, that's where you have the attempts of rigging or changing results. Because they think this guy, he carries no weight. And also Chebukati is very sober, and like Wakili has said, emotionally intelligent and stable. Because irrespective of the pressure he was having, the way he conducted himself while announcing, wow, you would feel like this guy has it in control. And you see the anxiety levels going upwards are increased by the body language and the speech that the chairman of IEBC, being the national tallying officer of the national election or presidential, the way he carries himself then sends messages outside there. And I believe his calmness, his articulateness has led Kenyans to actually trust him. And that's where you can see there is not so much fracas out there. And we commend him. I mean, he's the best we've ever had. Don't you all agree?
He's known to be a man of few words, and arguably so that has been the image he has presented throughout this time, the times that he has spoken. But then again, I'm just looking through the social media platforms, and there are so many people expressing concerns as to in regards to the security that has been deployed at the Bomas of Kenya. And Victor, you had actually mentioned this aspect, looking at the fact that we have dignitaries and diplomats at this particular venue. And also we need to remember the fact that whomever will be announced as the winner of these particular elections, they no longer remain to be a regular citizen. They become president-elect. And protocols kick into place until that time where they will be sworn in and now officially step into presidential capacity. So this is just some of the concerns that are being factored in during this particular time at the Bomas of Kenya. Carrier.
Absolutely. And you also have the pictures there from the Bomas of Kenya. Of course, you talk about security, but owing to what we saw the other day, it appears like we are on at the Bomas of Kenya. Let's head over there.
Sauti.
Families and friends. So I'm humbly requesting that we leave the first 3 rows on this side where it's written presidential candidates and their families and friends, and also that row, we leave the first 3 rows for the presidential candidates and their families. We've created more space. If you have an observer badge, you can take this side, it's labeled clearly observers. We've also created more space on this side for the observers. Kindly requesting that we give the first 3 rows to the presidential candidates and their families. And if there's going to be any remainder, then we can accommodate any other person. But we'll make sure that you all have a seating. It's a humble request, and we've done consultations with the parties that are here. Thank you.
Tabitha Mutembei, the communications manager of the IEBC. The communications manager of Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, trying to do some housekeeping there. Of course, the role that is reserved for presidential candidates, ensuring that it is unoccupied, and as well as the role that is supposed to be occupied by observers. That is at the Bomas of Kenya. Of course, you can see the dias there already. Today is that very day, the day of reckoning. But by the way, you can also tighten your seat belts. It could also be tomorrow.
It is a valid possibility.
Yeah. Now, I am sorry to be the one spoiling the party, but it can also be tomorrow. So we are open to any possibility, but obviously now seeing the security arrangement and the flurry of activities around Bomas of Kenya, obviously it is a testament of how close it's going to be.
All right. I wanted to talk about.
Hold on, Victor. Tabitha Mutembei is on this.
Okay. Observers area, we have a lot of space there, and this other side where the choir is the observers. And you know, diplomat, please, we request that you give space to the diplomats in this area. Diplomats and AAPA team. Also, the religious leaders will be here with the diplomats.
Yes, thank you.
We don't want anyone to be vacated. We ask you to self-vacate yourself. Self-vacate yourself.
Mic check.
And go. There's a lot of space where it's labeled clearly observers area, and we've created more space also where the choir is up there. There's a space for observers. We've also requested under the presidential candidates and families area, we vacate the first two rows. The first rows, the presidential candidates and their families. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Well, Tabitha Mutembei, still housekeeping. Well, this moment, poignant, completely. Everybody waiting for this moment. I'm sure probably even for the person at home doesn't understand why we are still talking, but we have to. Because they are not ready just yet from that end, but this is just it. And I'm sitting here wondering, how many choirs did the IEBC call? Because the previous one and this one look completely different. But it's okay. It's okay.
It's part of good work actually done by the IEBC.
Yeah. It's all right. It's all right. Let's listen into the song maybe.
Nimefika Baba, acha nikushukuru. Bwana umenisaidia nifike mahali nimefika. Bwana wewe ni Ebeneza maishani mwangu Ebeneza, nijengwe juu yako, ninataka Ebeneza uwe msingi wangu, jiwe langu nakutamani sana, jiwe langu nakuhitaji sana, lijengwe juu yako Baba, nchi zilizojengwa juu yako Yawe hazivunjiki kamwe, na mataifa yaliyojengwa juu yako Yawe hayavunjiki kamwe. Mimi nataka maisha yangu Baba yajengwe juu yako, maana wewe ni sauti yangu, wewe ni uzima wangu. Ninataka Ebeneza, Ebeneza, nijengwe juu yako Baba, Ebeneza, wewe uwe jiwe langu la pembeni, na kutamani, jiwe langu la thamani, na kuhitaji. Ni wewe ndiwe, ni wewe ndiwe. Mimi nataka maisha yangu Baba yajengwe juu yako, na ninataka taifa langu Baba lijengwe juu yako wewe, taifa lililojengwa juu yako Yawe halivunjiki kamwe, na nchi zilizojengwa juu yako Yawe hazivunjiki kamwe. Mimi nataka uimbaji wangu Baba ujengwe juu yako, maana wewe sauti yangu, wewe ni uzima wangu. Jengwe, mimi nataka Baba ninataka Baba uwe msingi wangu, jiwe langu jiwe langu Ebeneza, wewe ndiwe jiwe langu. Mimi nataka maisha yangu yajengwe juu yako, na ninataka taifa langu lijengwe juu yako Baba, taifa lililojengwa juu yako Yawe halivunjiki kamwe, na nchi iliyojengwa juu yako Yawe haivunjiki kamwe. Mimi nataka maisha yangu Baba yajengwe juu yako, maana wewe ni sauti yangu, wewe ni uzima wangu. Ninataka Ebeneza nijengwe juu yako Baba, wewe uwe jiwe langu la pembeni Baba, nakutamani sana, jiwe langu la thamani, nakuhitaji wewe niwe jiwe langu. Mimi nataka maisha yangu Baba yajengwe juu yako, nami nataka taifa langu Baba ilijengwe juu yako Baba, taifa lililojengwa juu yako Yawe halivunjiki kamwe, na nchi zilizojengwa juu yako Yawe hazivunjiki kamwe. Mimi nataka maisha yangu Baba yajengwe juu yako, maana wewe ni sauti yangu, wewe ni uzima wangu. Ninataka Baba juu yako, jiwe langu la pembeni, nakutamani sana Baba, jiwe langu la thamani, ninakuhitaji, ni wewe tamaa ya maisha yangu, ni wewe tegemeo langu, ni wewe msingi wa maisha yangu Baba, ni wewe ninayetazama, ni wewe ninayetazama, inuka, jitie nguvu, mikono juu, simama, wewe umshindi, tawala tawala, unachokibale, saidizi wako. Haya, makofi wa Kenya, inuka, inuka, inuka.
On air, Victor.
Very well. We were just making fun out of it that at the end of the day, even the strongest at some point will have to bow down to, you know, some higher supreme being. It depends with where you take your affiliation in terms of your faith. But at some point, you'll have to consult the supreme being, for divine intervention. So that's just an interlude of music. It helps to calm the nerves and music.
I think the only thing remaining was Shangwe na Vigelegele.
Exactly. Yeah. Which you missed. I don't know how
you have actually made it a perfect church service.
Yes. Actually, it's a church service as you speak. As it is.
Well, right? Well, it is, and I see there's still another choir preparing to do it. This is how we are managing this situation. Of course, country on edge, everybody waiting with bated breath for the announcement by Wafula Chebukati on who Kenya's fifth president is. Is it Raila Odinga? Is it William Ruto? Is it Professor George Wajakoya? Of course, it can be Mwaura. He already conceded. So we have three to look out for. George Wajakoya, William Ruto, Raila Odinga. One of them will be named president-elect of Republic of Kenya. Bomas of Kenya, beautiful tunes that are being belted by the choirs that have been invited by the IEBC, and there are so many of them, and I think they're singing in rows. There's another one now in white, as you can see from your screen, ready also to do the very same. And at the center of the auditorium, you can see seats that have been placed there, and I think this is where agents will be verifying the form 34C after Wafula Chebukati is done with it. After 7 days, 7 days after we were done with the exercise, here we are at this point. Victor, do you want to go back for another Shangwe Hallelujah?
I think that now looks like more interesting bit.
The choice of color uniform is just coincidental.
I don't know.
I think next time
I guess they're singing.
Let's go back.
From the dance.
Let's go back. Let's go.
Okay, let's cross over to Bomas and get some music. It's good for ourselves even here.
Tunafanya juhudi kubwa kuijenga Kenya chini ya rais wa jamhuri, wananchi wazalendo na watenda kazi. Tunarudi na sifa tele kwa ubora wa kazi zetu, kwa sababu wana ujuzi na nidhamu ya kipekee. Shetani wa ufisadi tumekemea. Tunatoa huduma kwa watu wote wa Kenya, tunakutarajia kupewa kitu kidogo. Shetani wa ufisadi tumekemea. Tunautumwa uadilifu, tunatoa huduma kwa watu wote wa Kenya, bila kutarajia kupewa kitu kidogo. Pesa nyingi tunazipata kwa wageni kutoka ng'ambo, wameweka milioni kuisanga nchi ya Kenya. Tunapenda wananchi wote, Kenya yetu kwa moyo wa uzalendo. Kweli tunajivunia Kenya, siwe walizopeperusha bendera. Shetani wa ukabila tumekemea, tuna utumwa uadilifu, tunatoa huduma kwa watu wote wa Kenya, bila kuzingatia rangi wala kabila. Shetani wa ukabila tumekemea. kwa uadilifu. Tunatoa huduma kwa watu wote wa Kenya bila kuzingatia rangi wala kabila. Kwa sababu ya hayo yote twajivunia kuwa Wakenya. 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 Taifa la watu wenye upendo. Taifa la watu wenye upendo na amani tele. Taifa la watu wenye upendo. Tunasema hadharani. Taifa la Kenya. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa upendo wa kweli. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa umoja wa kweli. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa amani tele. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nisambaze amani duniani kote. Mungu nifanye niwe chombo cha amani yako, nihubiri amani kwa Wakenya wote. Ili Wakenya wote waishi kwa upendo wa kweli. Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote, ningependa upendo mama. Kwa Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote, ningependa amani mama. Kwa Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote, ningependa umoja mama. Kwa Wakenya wote, kwa Wakenya wote, ningependa amani mama. Kenya ni nchi yangu, Kenya ni nchi yangu, milele na milele. Naipenda Kenya kwa moyo wangu wote, nitaishi Kenya maisha yangu yote. Naipenda Kenya kwa moyo wangu wote, nitaishi Kenya maisha yangu yote. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, mimi mzalendo, naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya. Napenda amani, napenda uhuru, napenda ulio hapa Kenya. Nitaitukuza, nitajiweka tayari kuilinda. Si wajibu wa kila mwananchi kutafuta amani kila siku. Sitojenga maendeleo yakapanda vizazi na vizazi. Si wajibu wa kila mwananchi kutafuta amani kila siku. Sitojenga maendeleo yakapanda vizazi na vizazi. Ni muhimu sisi wananchi tulinde umoja wetu, tuulize pamoja, tuone uwezo wetu. Naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya. Napenda amani, napenda uhuru, napenda ulio hapa Kenya. Nitajiweka, nitaitukuza, nitajiweka tayari kuilinda. Si wajibu wa kila mwananchi kutafuta amani kila siku. Sitojenga maendeleo yakapanda vizazi na vizazi. Si wajibu wa kila mwananchi kutafuta amani kila siku. Sitojenga maendeleo yakapanda vizazi na vizazi. Muhimu sisi wananchi tulinde umoja wetu, tuulize pamoja, tuonyeshe uzalendo wetu. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, naona fahari kuishi kwetu Kenya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, nina furaha kuona maendeleo ya nchi yangu Kenya, 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 kuona maendeleo
1, 2. Okay, all protocols observed. Tunataka kuimba wimbo unaosema Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe. Angalia jirani, mwambie Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe. Mwambie tena Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe. Ya, Kenya ni yetu na tunaipenda, na kwa wimbo huu tutasema tu Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe, Kenya tuwa moja. DJ tupe sauti kabisa, hawa na Kenya wafurahi. Tupe sauti DJ. Kenya ni mimi. Wapi vigelegele ya Kenya? Hayo. Tupe sauti. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya ninaipenda. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe, Kenya tuwa moja. Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe, Kenya tuwa moja. Babu zetu walituonyesha maana ya umoja. Hizo nyayo zao tutakiwa kufuata, hivyo tunasema amani, amani. Nchi yangu Kenya ninaipenda. Kenya, Kenya, nchi yangu mama ya Kenya nitaipenda. Ukabila tutaumaliza nchini Kenya tunayoipenda, vijana kwa wamama, wazee kwa watoto, tunasema amani, amani nchini Kenya. Pembe zote tuseme amani. Mungu Baba katuweka pamoja, akijua tuwa moja. Damu yako leo ikitolewa, utashangaa ni kama ya mwenzako. Mbona tupigane, mbona tusosane, mbona tuchukiane? Wakenya, twende tena. Kenya ni nchi yangu, Kenya, 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 ninaipenda. Kenya Sema tena amani. Sasa tumejua hiyo wimbo, si ndio? Sasa tuimbe tena vizuri. Naomba tusimame tuimbe tena vizuri. Naomba tusimame tuimbe wimbo huo, tuseme Kenya ni mimi, Kenya ni wewe.
Thank you.
DJ.
Thank you Ole Kaputa.
Thank you.
Before we continue, would like to call the presidential chief agents. The 4 presidential chief agents, please come to the lounge. I'm sure you know where the lounge is. If you come here, I will be able to show you. The 4 presidential chief agents only. Thank you.
DJ.
Kumekucha. Kenya ni mimi. Kenya ni wewe. Hayo. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya ninaipenda. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya.
Ayambia jirani. Ati
Kenya ni mimi. Kenya ni wewe. Kenya tuwa moja. Kenya ni mimi. Kenya ni wewe. Kenya tuwa moja. Babu zetu wa moja. Babu zetu walituonyesha hata hizo nyayo zao tatakiwa kufuata.
Hebu kamata kichwa
hivyo,
anasimama
amani. Kenya nchi yangu. Kenya ninaipenda. Kenya nchi yangu. Mama ya Kenya nitaijenga.
kamata kiuno.
Ukabila tutaumaliza. Nchini Kenya tunayoipenda. Vijana kwa mama, wazee kwa watoto, tunasema amani. Amani nchini Kenya. Pembe zote tuseme amani. Mungu katuweka pamoja, akijua tuwa moja. Damu yako leo ikitolewa, utashangaa ni kama ya mwenzako. Bora tupigane, bora tusozane, bora tuchukiane. Wakenya,
mikono juu.
Kenya ni nchi yangu. Kenya, 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 Kenya naipenda. Yelelema. Kenya ni nchi yangu. Vijana mna Mungu, vijana mna nguvu. Usikubali kuharibu Kenya. Msitumike na mtu yeyote asiyependa kujenga Kenya. Oh, yele mama, yele mama, yele mama, yele mama. Oh, yele mama, yele mama, yele mama, yele mama. Usimpige mwenzako, piga kura, chagua chaguo lako. Unapomaliza nenda nyumbani, ngojea chaguo la Mungu.
amani, amani Kenya. Semeni tena, tunaipenda Kenya. Thank you.
Najivunia nchi yangu ya Kenya. Nafurahia Kenya yangu. Kenya kipenzi ni nchi ya ajabu. Nafurahisha na kupendeza. Nikitazama pembe zote za Kenya. Naona nchi ya metameta. Maendeleo tunazidi kupata. Na nchi yetu yasonga mbele. Sababu gani Kenya yasonga mbele? Sababu ya usalama. Na usalama huo watoka wapi? Watoka kwa uongozi bora. Tuendelee kuijenga nchi yetu. Na tudumishe umoja wetu. Tusiharibu nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa sababu tunataka amani. Tuendelee kuijenga nchi yetu. Na tudumishe umoja wetu. Tusiharibu nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa sababu tunataka amani. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Kenya nchi tuliyopewa na Mungu, siku zote mimi nitakutumikia. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Nikitupa macho yangu popote Kenya, ninaona vile nchi inapendeza. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Tusiache machafuko yafike Kenya, kwa sababu hatutaki mateso kwetu. Nimeshaapa kulinda Kenya, nchi yetu tuliyopewa na Mungu. Kenya nchi yetu yote inapendapenda. Baraka kutoka kwa Mungu Baba. Na watoto wetu Kenya wanapendapenda. Hiyo ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu Baba. Mbuga zetu za wanyama zinapendapenda. Wetu Kenya wanapendapenda.
Kenya yetu nchi nzuri,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Kenya yetu nchi nzuri,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Mwito wetu harambee, tuijenge Kenya,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Wenzangu mwananchi,
tuunganeni mikono tuijenge taifa.
Wenzangu mwananchi,
tuunganeni mikono tuijenge taifa.
Sote tuna wajibu kuijenga Kenya,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Sote tuna wajibu kuijenga Kenya,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Ndugu zetu wanajeshi,
tuilinde nchi yetu kwa amani daima.
Ndugu zetu wanajeshi,
tuilinde nchi yetu kwa amani daima.
Musimame imara, tuilinde Kenya,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Musimame imara, tuilinde Kenya,
nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima.
Viongozi wetu wote,
tuiongoze nchi yetu kwa amani daima.
Viongozi wetu wote,
tuiongoze nchi yetu kwa amani daima.
Mmepewa uwezo kuongoza watu
na kulinda haki yao kwa amani daima.
Mmepewa uwezo kuongoza watu
na kulinda haki yao kwa amani daima.
Na tuunge pamoja,
tuijenge taifa.
Tujiunge pamoja,
tuijenge
akina baba, tujiunge pamoja,
tuijenge
akina mama, tujiunge pamoja,
tuijenge taifa.
Ndugu zetu tujiunge pamoja,
tuijenge
akina baba, tujiunge pamoja,
tuijenge
akina mama, tujiunge pamoja,
tuijenge taifa. Nchi yako nchi yangu twaipenda daima. Tuunganeni mikono tuijenge.
Amesema vizuri. Inabidi nifuate. Karibu karibu. Hapa ndio katikati.
Halo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe Bomas. You know, I don't know which song I should do after Mwalimu Wesonga kuimba wimbo kama hiyo. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. It is quite a humbling experience to be with him on the same platform. Sasa kabla niimbe wimbo wangu, ningependa kusema wanasiasa kutoka tabaka mbalimbali, tafadhali tusimame, tushikane mikono, watu nyumbani waone tunadumisha amani. So are we ready? Bomas, are we ready? Kindly let us stand on our feet as we sing Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Ambia jirani yako, mwambie amani Kenya. Haijalishi kabila, haijalishi mrengo, Mungu Baba ni wa Kenya. Aya, wacha niongoze nione. Nimeambiwa nikae katikati. Are we ready? We have two wonderful choirs. Mutafanya Kenya ninafanya, tafadhali kwa unyenyekevu. Sema oh, oh, sema oh. Kila mtu naomba tuweke mkono juu tafadhali kwa ishara ya amani. DJ, why keep me? So many things to happen, lakini time ndio hiyo. Tafadhali achilia iende. Nina panic kama Manchester United jamani. Are we ready? Aya, tafadhali nipe volume. I love you Kenyans. Sema oh, oh, oh. Cheza usiogope ukiweka mkono mbele. Rudia chorus after me. Mungu Baba tuomba. Siwasikii.